is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. Welt Rheaume has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welt Rheaume, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane, Welt Rheaume can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welt Rheaume can help. Call 954-966-4646.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, good morning. Welcome aboard to the finest dealership on the planet. Yes, sir. We are Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines, baby. Celebrating 14 years. Yeah, man. It's a beautiful thing, man. That's what it's all about. Yeah, come on out. Get some great deals. Got a great selection. We'll be out here, I don't know, couple hours probably till a little after 1 o'clock, something like that. Although I think Sean will be here till like 2 o'clock or something like that. Yeah, something like that. But hope you all are dry. The baseball regional has been canceled for today, so they're not going to have any games. Which ping, 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 ping. You're playing with aluminum bats. Yeah. I don't think you want to play in the middle of a storm. Yeah, you're playing with lightning rods. Take your lightning rod and go to the plate. Take your lightning rod and go to the plate. Yeah. That's not really the ideal situation for college baseball, which sucks. I mean, this system's a bitch. Started off in the Pacific. Now it's in the Gulf. Going to go right through us and into the Atlantic. The bitch is going to go through 3 bodies of water, bro. I mean,
loves that ocean life.
Yeah, that is crazy stuff. The good thing is, it seems we're on the right side of the storm, right? But we're actually on the side that's going to get a lot of the wind.
No.
Right?
I think what they said was we're far enough to where we probably won't get a lot of the wind. We're going to get a lot of
wind.
Okay.
Yeah. We are on the right side, which is the bad side, but we're far enough away that we won't get enough of the bad stuff.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, we'll get a lot of the wet stuff, but not the wind and,
that's fine.
And other stuff.
That's fine. That's cool.
I think they're saying about 5 to 6 inches, depending on some places.
I got a dude pressure cleaning my roof.
I think that happened the other day here anyways without the system. So.
Yeah. So my house has been a war zone, as you all know, because we had some kids that thought they were Fast and Furious. Been so frustrated with the house for a while now. And so now we're going to get everything straightened out and start fixing everything. So it's good. It's good to kind of get over that part there. You know what I'm talking about? It's just kind of odd. But anyway, hope you all are doing well. We got a loaded show. Ira Winderman will join us at 10:30. Manny Navarro will stop by at 11. Omar Kelly at 11:30. And Cameron Wolf, baby, the Wolf Pack, in at 12:30. Those guys were over at Dolphins camp yesterday, which, again, it's just it's funny to me the way all of this, a couple weeks ago when he has a good camp and people are overreacting, and to me, if you watch the show, I didn't overreact on any of that. All I said is you can't get on the bandwagon. That's all I'm saying, right? And then this week already you've had your down days, your up days, and it's like you got to stop already with this, dude. None of this means anything. They're all just mental reps. It's a brand new offense that they're putting in. Everybody's got to adjust. They'll be fine on defense. They'll be fine on special teams. But the offense is going to take a little bit to kind of work through. So why are you going to go crazy on one day that there's some good throws, the next day that there aren't good throws, or there isn't a connection or whatever? It's just silliness that I don't understand why there's overreaction. I'll give you a great example. Deshaun Watson. And this is how the media plays it, and this is why I'm going to, piggyback off of the whole Tua thing, but I'm not going to use Tua so much. I'm going to use instead Deshaun Watson. So what do you think happened in camp, by the way, with Deshaun Watson? Did you hear about that? You didn't hear about it?
And I know he threw an interception or something.
He threw a couple of interceptions and pick sixes.
That's rust.
Deshaun Watson played poorly at practice, most definitely not what the Browns fans wanted to see from OTAs this week, but nevertheless, the QB showed off his rust. Some videos, top-tier Browns defenders having their way with Watson hitting the web, and it's showing interceptions. Surely it's not really the end of the world that Deshaun Watson is struggling right now, but if these issues persist throughout camp, Browns fans may start to hit the panic button. You know why they do this? Because the accusations are piling up. So that's really what you should be concerned about, obviously. Did you sign a dirtbag, which you probably signed somebody that's twisted and sick. But then you have a bad day at camp, which, by the way, don't you have bad days at work? Like we all do. And Deshaun Watson's a proven player. Like, gives it if he throws a couple of interceptions. You know what I'm saying?
And he's learning a new system as well.
It's like, it's so silly, dude. But why do the media do it? Because in the Cleveland thing, the other stuff off the field is now growing and becoming another concern again for them. And so now all of a sudden he doesn't have a good day in camp, which every quarterback has bad days, dude. Bad games, bad days, bad weeks. That's how it is. But this is the silliness. And then they're sure to get you guys hook, line, and sinker. I mean, this is what they do. This is what they do in politics. This is what they do in news. This is what they do in entertainment. This is what they do in sports. And they find whatever chum they can to throw it in the water to make you all bite. And they make you all overreact over a ton of things that there's no reason to overreact on. And this is just like the Tua stuff. It's just silliness to be living off of each pass or each practice off of any of this. It's just ridiculous. But there's an agenda. There's clicks. And that's all this is. Clickbait stuff. And they get you guys to do it. And they get, obviously I'm talking about it, but not the way they wanted to talk about it. Because I'm sure they've got a couple of people on radio stations in Cleveland that they're panicking or talking about his struggles and this and that. Oh, is it bothering him, the off the field stuff on the field? Is this something that's going to linger? Is this it's just a whole bunch of crap. Is what it is. But this is the world we live in. And so that's why I would tell you the same thing with what I'm watching, the silliness that they're writing there in Cleveland, just like here, when you overreact on one practice, one play, 1 week, another week, and just relax. Take it easy. None of this stuff counts till September. Everything till then is all practice and preparation. You know, you prepare for that play on Broadway, and your dance moves aren't going to be good, and you're going to make all kinds of mistakes until that night where you know you've got to get it right. So you've got plenty of time to make mistakes. And if you're acting in that play, well, then you've got plenty of times to remember the lines and get them right with the right inflection, with the right delivery, with the right emotion behind it, all of those things. But you're not going to be perfect the first couple times until you get to that day that you hope you are when the curtain falls. So this is the same thing. Just stop living and overreacting, good or bad, on silliness, dude. Yes, sir.
Nizzle's in Cleveland.
He is.
Yeah, he's in the chat, and he's saying they are talking to Deshaun Watson, and they are overreacting.
And there you go. Hook, line, and sinker.
And they expect him suspended 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah. Hook, line, and sinker. That's it. Let's write something controversial. Let's write something that will get people, uneasy and get them talking. The guy's played the game, bro. Did you watch him in Clemson? Did you watch him? And he's fine. He'll be fine. His issues are off the field, not on the field. He'll be fine. I wouldn't worry about Deshaun Watson, the quarterback. I would worry about Deshaun Watson, the person. That's what I would be worried about. But, and the same thing goes with Tua. Saw him in Alabama. He'll be fine. The kid will be fine. The kid, again, one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the NFL with the worst line. With the worst line and the worst pass block rate in the NFL. And he was one of the least sacked quarterbacks. I ain't worried about Tua whatsoever. Zero concerns about Tua. But again, I'll allow you all to have some fun. I'll allow the media to go out and overreact the first 2 years like they have already, and fans to overreact and make these declarations about the kid. It's fine. I'll remember it all. And when he balls and when he plays well, and I'm going to remember all the people that said all that, I'm going to say, no. You didn't think he could play. You thought it was a wrong pick. You overreacted. So continue the overreaction, ladies and gentlemen. Just ride the wave. Be the suckers that you are. Fall for all the crap that the media pulls because they want to bait you every time. And you get baited all the time. And that's because some of the media also gets baited because some of the media doesn't know either. So, what can I tell you? It's a lot like crypto, right? I tell you guys a lot of times, be careful. The people that are writing about it don't really know about it because they're not really invested in it. They don't really understand it. They're just listening to their editors who are saying, hey, crypto's huge. It gets clicks. Write something about it. I don't care, even if it's FUD, but get something. And if it's FUD, like Watson, like Tua, people fall for it. It's the way the game is played. I just would like to keep some of you a little bit more level-headed on this. That's all I'm trying to do. No shot. No shot. Sean says no shot. There's no way I'll be able to keep you guys level-headed. Some of you, at least. I think some are. Yeah. GNS Lifting says, morning, Big O. We Dolphin fans are so desperate that we panic and don't let the team to develop. I know after this season, the itch will be gone because we'll be going to Arizona. Yeah. Not me, but people say can't get on the bandwagon, but I've said ridiculous stuff only to change their mind 2 years later. It's called oops. Yep. Let's go. Big O Show Cuts. Hit that subscribe button. Our backup channel, our number 2 channel, Big O Show Cuts. Please search for it there on YouTube and hit the subscribe button. What we like seeing from Tua at this point is signs that he's back to pre-hip injury. From what I've seen and heard, he looks like he's back to Alabama Tua. Yeah, that was going to take a little bit, adjustment. Big O, are you ever going to bring back the music meltdown segment? Nope, cannot do it on YouTube. YouTube will spank us every time. Could we get away with that on Patreon? Because we are going to start a Patreon page in the next month here. I would think we would have it by sometime in July. I expect us to have a Patreon page for the football season.
Problem with the YouTube is the video part of it, so Patreon probably can get away with the audio.
Yeah, so maybe we could do it on Patreon. That's probably what we'll do. So yeah, we will have a Patreon page very soon where we'll have a little different kind of content there. Some of the stuff will be more there early on before it gets exposed to others. Big O, I really enjoyed the Tua press conference. He carried himself great while at the same time shutting up the haters about his arm strength and throws. Loved it. Let's go Tua. And I want to get into a lot of the Tua stuff. I'm going to do it after Ira Winderman here at 10:30 because it's I've got a lot of things that I want to say, and I don't want to end up running out of time and not in the groove. Plus, we'll get Ira, we'll get Manny, and then we have Omar and Cameron, so it kind of goes with the flow, after that. So we're just going to work through this part here of the show and then get to the Tua stuff. I got a lot of things. Tua said stuff also without saying it. There were some messages there, and I'm gonna explain the messages that I saw and heard from him, and I'm gonna explain it to you what he was saying there. So we'll have some fun. Lester says, Big O, the Celtics heard you, and now they're on a quest to prove you wrong. Yep. I was just telling one of the guys here at Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines. I've not just the Celtics, because for years I've been tired of hearing about the Celtics, and finally Tatum and Brown and the boys are really stepping up in a big time way. And I also got to give the big man credit too. Damn it, what's his name now? Now I'm forgetting his damn name. We're talking about the center. What's his name? Horford. And I've always looked at Horford as kind of a good player, but not really a clutch player, kind of a passive player, kind of a nice player. And I tell you, man, this postseason against the Bucks, against the Heat, he hit a big shot at the end too. And then last night to start off this NBA Finals, Al Horford has been. When they picked him up, I was like, I knew getting rid of Kemba was no big deal because Kemba's knee is shot, so that's understandable. But I looked at Horford, and at this age already, at this point, it's like, but he is playing like, man, I'm at the end of my career. I'm gonna let it all out, and he is balling, dude. I mean, he is a key guy. You can talk about the Williams kids, and obviously, the big two, and you can talk about the defensive player of the year, and they got guys on that team. There's no doubt about it. But Al Horford is not just the Celtics, but Al Horford's proving me wrong at the biggest moments in the history of his career. He is shining and shining big time, man. And the Celtics, 40 points in the fourth quarter yesterday. Look, I'm not telling you the series is over and the Warriors should be nervous or whatever, but dude, the Celtics sent a message. They sent a big-ass message. And they can win on the road. We saw it here in Miami a bunch of times. So now they go to Golden State and win on the road to start the series. They got their wake-up call because after the third quarter, what were they up by? 9, 10, 12, 13 points or some crap. I forgot what the hell it was. But it was a nice, comfortable lead to start the fourth quarter. I'm thinking they got this. And that fourth quarter, wow. And Al Horford, not just the Celtics proved me wrong, but Al Horford being a clutch sumbitch. That's impressive. So, yeah, it's not just the Celtics. It's also Al Horford. I got to tip my hat to them and say, yeah. Now, it's not over. Golden State could still easily win this series. They're a great team, but this should be a nice wake-up call for the Golden State now. One hell of a wake-up call for Golden State. Big O, do you ever think you could have Captain Curtis on your program? Sure, but Curtis he's not in the business. That's the only thing. I love Curtis, but he's not in the business anymore. So once he left from QAM, he never did anything else again and never kind of stayed in the groove. You know what I'm saying? And this is a hard groove to stay in, man. Hard ass groove to stay in. Really good dude, by the way. This is a terrible business. Terrible business. Had a lot of good people working in that building, man. JT Wilcox, Josh Friedman. You know, there's just Brandon Rodriguez, my producer, was let go, who there's no reason to let him go. He was an exceptional producer, one of the hardest workers I've ever been around. He's like this maniac here who's a tireless worker like me. You know, that's where Sean fits with me because he's like me, like always working. But Brandon was an ass kicker. There was just so many good people in that building, and a lot of people. You know, Alex Stano has been treated like a rag doll on and off, and you know, it's just it's just don't. I always would tell kids when they would come and you know find out about radio, I say don't get in radio. I always tell them that this is not a good business. I mean, whoa, I'm not in the radio anymore. Thank the Lord. I don't really want to be in that area ever again. Maybe rock DJ. There's the only one thing that I might do. I could do that. My terms, but I could do that. But yeah, outside of that, it's a terrible business, man. Terrible, terrible business. And it only got progressively worse as it got sold off. You know, once it left the Beasleys, QAM was over. It was done. CBS got it and destroyed it, and then Intercom / Odyssey, forget about it. It's nothing already at this point. You know, they've lost or fired 75% of their talent across the country. So that's all you need to know. It's a terrible, terrible business. Never get into radio. First it was newspapers. Now it's radio and television, obviously, are the ones getting destroyed. Big O, what do you think the Miami Heat getting Jeremy Grant to play alongside Bam? Is that the alpha they need? Is the question I would ask you. And you know what? We will ask Ira Winderman at the bottom of the hour about what the Miami Heat should do in the offseason. Hate the Celtics, but I want the Eastern Conference to prevail. You know, I kind of like the Warriors story. I get what you're saying with the Eastern Conference, greater good, but I admire the crap out of the Warriors and everything that they've been able to fight through. And there's a part of me that's fun to watch them win the title again, and then Durant is sitting somewhere like carving out his liver and putting it on the table and just eating his liver raw. You know? Yeah, Big O brought Brandon from 640 to 560. Well, yeah, but 640 was a sinking ship, dude. They had filed Chapter 11. It was a bankruptcy. I had to get him out of there. Yeah. I wasn't. That was part of the deal. I told them that I'm not going if you don't bring my producer, and so they had to hire Brandon. Al, Tito Horford's kid. Yes, I know, Frank. I know. I watched Tito Horford in the stands playing the game. I'm old. Lisa says, good morning, Big O, Sean, and our Finns family. Exactly 100 days till 2 and our Finns hit the field for what I believe is going to be his best year. I agree. Oh, when will you and Sean start having a cooking segment? No. I can't have no cooking segment. Sean could. I could be cooking up something tomorrow on social media. You may want to be looking for it. Tomorrow. We will be cooking something tomorrow. Yes, sir. So, there you go. Looking forward to that. Well, what else do we have going on? So, Celtics win yesterday, 120 to 108. They take a 1-0 lead. They shot 51% from three-point range yesterday. 21 of 41. They shot 50% for the game, 43 of 85. And Al Horford was 6 of 8 from three-point range. It's crazy, dude. No, I'm telling you, he's done stuff I've never seen him do. And I didn't think he was really built that way. Kind of thought he was a nice guy. Bam-like. Very Bam-like in a way. And he has just absolutely elevated. All right, let's get into a little basketball, baby. Yes. Ira Winderman. We are here at Acura Pembroke Pines. So it's apropos. Let's have our Acura Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report.
Heat fans, time for the best insight of your favorite team with insider Ira Winderman, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. It's the Acura of Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report. Here's Ira Winderman.
Alrighty, there he is. Ira, for years I got tired of hearing about Tatum and Brown and how great the Celtics were going to be, and Brad Stevens' second coming, and Danny Ainge built a dynasty and all that stuff, and got tired of it. Never really crossed that threshold. They always come up short. Well, guess what? Maybe it took getting rid of Danny Ainge and moving Brad Stevens and getting the right coach in place.
Yeah.
But, they have arrived. They have matured. And they are ripe and ready, and we'll see if the Warriors now are, able to fend off the up-and-coming Boston Celtics.
Yeah, it's interesting, Big O. When I watched Ime Udoka, when he coached against the Heat in the previous series, you sort of saw the right coach for the right team. He reminds me a lot of Eric Spoelstra. Behind the scenes, he might be gruff and sort of let guys know this is how we do it. But in front of the players, he supports them. He tells them what to do. Harsh with his instructions, but realistic also. There have been a lot of really good coaching hires around the NBA in recent years. And the difference is Brad Stevens came in from Butler and the Cinderella story in the NCAA and his reputation, and that was going to be enough. This is a case of a former journeyman player who understands how hard it is and what it takes and how to work with players. He's a fantastic coach. Again, I always say this. I wish we could hold our awards ballots till the end of the playoffs, because that's when you really learn about people. And I think if we did, and we were voting for Coach of the Year, I think for all that Monty Williams did during the season, I think you would look at Ime Udoka and go, you know what? It took someone finally to get, like you mentioned, Big O, Tatum, and Jaylen Brown and Marcus Smart over the hump, and that means a lot also. And I have never, ever seen a fourth quarter like that in an NBA Finals game where, hey, let's face it, it was late. We were all wanted to go to bed. We thought the game was decided, and we said, I'll keep it on for a couple more minutes. There's 6 minutes to go. Look, they're not going to repeat that. No one is going to make 9 of their first 11 three-pointers of the fourth quarter. But they did that. They made it interesting. And I also think what they did against the Heat steeled them for that moment, that they went through adversity. They went through tough times. They went through a tough defensive team. And then like Marcus Smart said when he was mic'd, and they also knew that the three-pointers the Heat were going to miss, the Warriors were going to make, and it was going to take more. So I think the path for the Celtics through the Nets, who I was worried about, to be honest, then second round through the Bucks, and
I was working on Depends to be part of your sponsor there for as worried as you were about the Nets. I thought you needed Depends every time you went to the damn arena.
You know what? Sometimes it takes the right team to be the right matchup to put the right team in its place. Boston looks really good. And again, this East is loaded. The East, once Harden gets settled in and Maxey grows, the Sixers will be fine. The East, once the Bucks got Middleton back from his injury, they'll be fine next year. The Heat have shown they're not going anywhere. I mean, this East right now, you could shake them up in a bag 1 through 4 next season. That's not even including Brooklyn and what they finally might or might not realize. So again, I think it shows how the Eastern Conference is making strides. And you could almost say that the Warriors had a softer path through the Western Conference, which we've never heard before. And maybe they weren't ready for the moment because of that.
And by the way, here's another guy that's proven me wrong too. I when they made the trade, you got to get rid. I mean, Kemba's knee was shot, so I get it. But they get Al Horford, and I've always looked at Al Horford like a solid player.
Correct.
But I've always looked at him kind of passive, kind of nice. Yes. You know what I mean? And in a way, it kind of reminds me of Bam. And so I'm just talking about the passiveness, the niceness to it, you know? But that dude knows he's in the twilight of his career or something, but he has played with an edge, okay? We got Edge Energy Drink here on our show. Well, he has played with an edge. In that Milwaukee series, he hit the big shot towards the end there against the Heat. Last night, 6 of 8 from three-point range. The addition of Al Horford has been absolutely monstrous for this team.
And you know, it's interesting you mentioned that here in our Acura Pembroke Pines report about Horford's career. I got to tell you, if Bam Adebayo can have Al Horford's career, that's fine. That's a really good player for a really long time and contributed. And I think, you hit something on the head there. When you said he sort of seemed Al Horford like a secondary kind of guy.
Yeah.
That's what he is. And that's what he's always been. And on these Celtics, if Jason Tatum is taking the attention he did last night, if Jaylen Brown is getting the attention he sure as hell did with the second half last night, if Marcus Smart is drawing attention just because of who he is, Al Horford's a fourth wheel. A really good fourth wheel who every now and then will have a moment. You know what? Let's look at Bam Adebayo when he's
had several moments. That's the thing about Al. That's what I want to mention about Al. That I never really saw him as that clutch player.
But he could. But you know what, Big O?
Yeah.
Bam Adebayo had moments in the playoffs. He had his 31 points in Game 3 against the Celtics. He had a big Game 7. Sometimes I think you have to temper what you want the player to be to what he is. And again, you and I, on our Acura Pembroke Pines reports, almost for a full year right now, talk about the Bam contract. And I get it. It's a salary cap league, and if one player takes this chunk, another player gets a lesser chunk. I'm with you on that, Big O. But if you remove the salary equation from it, forget about the money. Let Mickey Harrison spend in the tax. I'm going to give a rat's butt. He's doing just fine. And I just look at the players. Bam Adebayo is a really good player who does a really good job enough of the time to wear the label of star, just like Al Horford did for years. But the next level, that next step is always the hardest step. You know what, Big O? I'm going to ask you now.
But listen, one of the things that I've always said also is you can still win with Bam, even though he's paid max and he's not really a max player. You can still win with him. The bad part about the Heat equation at the moment is the Lowry salary, and that no one else has kind of stepped up to be either a Batman or a Robin to Jimmy, and that's the problem to me. You can win with Bam as long as everybody else around him can do their job, so you can kind of take that pressure off of him.
And here's the thing,
and
I
he
wanted
can
to finish with
compliment
this.
everybody.
And if Sean can tape this, I'm going to get your answer on this. Do you think Bam Adebayo ever will be an NBA superstar?
No.
Okay.
No, not anymore.
Maybe never was going to because
Probably.
of who he is. Max salaries do not equate to superstars. Everyone gets a max salary. Julius Randle has a max salary. It doesn't mean anything. You pay the market rate. Tyler Hero might get a max salary. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. But I think you have to start at a certain point in a career accepting a player for who they are. Again, is Kyle Lowry overpaid? You're damn right he's overpaid. Yeah. But at the moment that he made that deal, after being swept out of the first round by Milwaukee, they realized Goran Dragic, at his age, was not good enough to guide a team. Kyle Lowry had a good regular season when he was available. Just wasn't available a lot. Then in the playoffs, it showed. You'll see the measure of a man now. I think you'd agree with this, Orlando Alzagari. Bam Adebayo wants to get better and is willing to do whatever it takes to maximize whatever his skills are. Would you agree with that?
Amen. He's a 100% character.
God bless him. I sort of see some of that in Tua also. Whether he has it or doesn't with the arm or whatever, you see a guy in Tua who's willing to do whatever it takes to maximize. That's all I ask. Here's the question. Kyle Lowry at 36 years old, is he willing to go back into the lab and grind like a son of a bitch? We have seen older players, Chris Paul, who absolutely work their ass off to stay there? Or is he at a stage right now where he says to himself, you know what? Good career, good team, a lot of golf down here. I'm happy, and I'm going to come back the same player as I was in the playoffs, and that's a huge concern. That's where your concern about spending that extra money really plays into it. So we're going to sort of see a makeup of the man and who you are. I have seen the LeBron James types. I've seen Dwayne Wade when he came back to the Heat. I saw Zoe after the Nets in Toronto when he came back to win a title. Guys realize as you get older, it takes twice the work, and it's really, really hard. It's like you and me getting up in the morning and the ascent of man at our ages. You know what? First couple of steps, not that easy. But are you going to grind and push through your day and maximize, or are you going to be content? If Kyle Lowry is content with what he showed in the playoffs, be worried, Heat Nation. Be very worried. But
I'm very worried as it is because the way he let himself go this year, there was no excuse for it.
There was.
The personal issues, you can
when
stay
you're away from a basketball setting and going to
away from the drive
like that for a month, it takes you away.
But you got to stay away from. But you got to stay away from the drive-through at least.
I'm not going where you're going on that unless you know something I don't.
Well, I'm just saying. Listen, I'm perpetually fat, so I know about this, man, and I've lost weight. But you've got to be able to. You're a professional basketball player. I get you had your personal issues, but dude, he had no personal issues the last couple of weeks of the season and throughout the playoffs.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt this offseason. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. July 4th weekend, we will see him. He's going to Tahoe to play in that celebrity golf tournament, okay? So when he gets that driver out and he spins the torso, we'll see how those golf pants fit. And then we'll measure from there the rest of the offseason and hope for something better. Because, Big O, I think you would agree with this. If there's any team able to get him right, if there's any team able to push him right, if there's any godfather able to get a message hitting home, it's Pat Riley and it's the Miami Heat. Let's give the benefit of the doubt. You know what, Big O?
One more guy. You're missing one guy. One more guy. Jimmy Butler.
Yes.
That's his best friend, bro.
That's a very good
That's the godfather of his kid. You know, I have a couple of friends of mine that I've known for 40-something years. I can say anything I want to them. They can say anything I want to me. Jimmy Butler should be able to say anything to Kyle.
Yeah.
And he's got to say, hey, Kyle, dude, bro, I love you, man, but you got to lose weight, man.
You know what? And Jimmy is so ripped that we will see Jimmy the entire summer with his shirt off. So Jimmy knows how to do that right. Now it's body type also. Tim Hardaway was never going to be Jimmy Butler. There's body types. You and I know it.
Notice Jimmy Butler spins the Michelob, doesn't drink it.
Aha. And even if he does, not a lot of carbs or calories. So he's drinking the right thing there anyway.
Michelob Lights. That's right. Yeah. That's right.
So I think he's doing okay there. So I understand where you're coming from. But that's the thing is I would say about a Bam Adebayo. I know the work ethic is there. I'm not going to shame him. I'm not going to question it. He will maximize, sort of like Dolphins fans are hoping Tua will maximize. But when you get older, you could also settle. And the players who get older and settle, they just fade away. I had one of my Ask Ira questions today at sunsentinel.com saying, could the Heat lose the Precious Achiuwa trade? Could Precious Achiuwa become a quality, sort of 3-and-D big man who winds up to be an NBA asset for 5 more years, and Kyle just fades into the sunset? You know what, Big O? It could happen. It could happen that 3 years ago, you and I are going, wow, he gave up something of quality, and now they got nothing.
But I've watched him a couple times offensively. I haven't seen that kind of skill set
Well,
yet.
his three-point shooting was excellent this season. So if he grows a little more, we'll see. So I agree. Matter of fact, you know what's funny? I did my report card at sunsentinel.com. I've rated the contracts. But you're probably right. When we're talking about player question marks going into the offseason, I would agree with you that Kyle stands as the number one offseason question mark for the Miami Heat, not Bam Adebayo. I would agree with that.
All right, so I was having fun with my boy Jordan Schultz, who does the pull-up pod with CJ McCollum. And so I was asking him about, what are the options for Miami? And I'll ask you the same questions. If Bradley Beal, for some maniacal reason, wants to stay in Washington, which, by the way, let's elaborate on this one right here for a second. I don't know if Miami wants Bradley Beal anymore. I don't know if you should want Bradley Beal anymore, because if Bradley Beal is happy being in Washington and being a big fish in a really small pond,
in a losing pond,
that there is no expectations for you whatsoever, and if you have your 37-7, but you lose, everybody's still happy with Bradley Beal, but they don't care about the team, and you want to walk into an organization, a franchise that has no expectations, no pressure. Well, then maybe Bradley Beal's not the guy you want.
Or Orlando, is he maybe just saying that because he knows he might wind up staying in Washington and you don't want to upset the fan base? So we've seen that plenty of times where guys will say, I want to grow with the team, but privately he's talking to Tommy Shepard in the front office and going, I want to win. I desperately want to win, and this isn't working. So we know the public face, but that might not be the reality face. And
that's all I'm saying is if he's really, truly happy with that.
Anyone who's content with losing is someone you have to look at twice. I totally agree. I don't know if his words and his actions are because of that or because sometimes you just stuck somewhere and you got to make the best of it.
Okay, so he's off the board. He wants to stay. Damian Lillard is 40 years old, whatever he is, 30-some years old. He's really up there. And he's got a $40 million deal. How much are you going to give up to fill up that salary? And how long could you sign him to, because you've already got a bunch of old guys. You're going to add more old guys who plays the same position as Lowry. That's kind of a little off too. Then we look at Donovan Mitchell. Okay, so Utah's going to get rid of their coach. They're going to trade Rudy Gobert, and they're going to let Donovan Mitchell go. And by the way, Ira, I'm thinking any shot that Dwayne Wade's a double agent for us.
I can't tell you how many times I've thought of that.
I'm thinking, maybe he went to Utah. So the idea of Mickey and him, okay, listen, you go take the Utah job, bring back Donovan Mitchell, and then we'll get you back on ownership here. I don't know what's going on.
Sort of like Kevin McHale with Kevin Garnett that you keep bringing up with me with the trade he made with the Celtics when he took care of Danny Ainge.
Yes, exactly. Only reason Danny Ainge has the title. But anyway, so I start looking around, and I was messing around with Jordan. I go, well, what about CJ? And he's like, no, he's got 2 years left in New Orleans, and he's happy there. And I'm like, happy in New Orleans? Although they did go to the playoffs, and they got a decent team. So what is the option? What is realistic? What move could Miami make if they wanted to find the Batman or Robin to Jimmy Butler?
I don't think in their salary cap position right now where they are, you're necessarily getting your number one or number two. You're getting someone else to complement and make your team stronger, which still matters. Again, Heat Nation wants. 2 years ago, they got Jimmy Butler, home run. Last summer, say what you want about the result, but they got Kyle Lowry. Home run, he was a prime free agent. I don't know if you hit home runs every year, but even someone like a Malcolm Brogdon who can defend and who can score, and Indiana's going to crap, and he makes your team better. Again, your Robin doesn't have to be the same Robin every game. If Jimmy Butler's the stud, the guy, the dude, like we saw in the playoffs, you can go through a week of 4 NBA games in a week where one day it's Bam Adebayo, one day it's Malcolm Brogdon, one day it's Tyler Hero. You can play that way, and even in the playoffs, we saw that.
Yeah, but in Game 7, you can't count on the part-time Robin to show up because now you're spinning the wheel, rolling the dice. Okay, which one of you guys are going to show up in Game 7 I'm not comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with Hardaway and Mourning. I'm comfortable with Shaq and Wade. I'm comfortable with the big three. I'm comfortable with multiple stud options in key moments of the series, of the year. I don't think you can count on, the rotational wheel of, hey, who's going to be, the B player tonight.
That guy was supposed to be and still might have to be Kyle Lowry based on that price point of a 3-year, $85 million contract. You know what? Oh, sometimes you have to work around your mistakes as well. We just all do. And I think that's where the Heat are. If it's a mistake, or unless, like we spoke about at the top here of our Acura Pembroke Pines report, unless Kyle comes back, you got to be realistic with what you have. There are nice players available in deals, maybe as simple as the Duncan Robinson in a first-round pick can get you a Malcolm Brogdon. You will be a better team then. You're probably looking for a reserve as long as Kyle is here, because you're starting Jimmy, you're starting Kyle, and you might be starting Tyler Hero as well, unless you do the big blockbuster trade involving Tyler Hero. So I think it's more of a case of you have to find the right fit to get better. Again, you were the number 1 seed in the conference. You were 1 3-point shot from going to the NBA Finals. Based on how the Warriors looked last night, you might have won an NBA title. You don't always have to swing for the fences, because when you swing for the fences and take that kind of swing, you strike out a lot. Yeah. I don't think the Heat are all or nothing this offseason. They are right there with Boston. They are right there with Milwaukee. They are right there with Philadelphia. They should be right there with Brooklyn. So now you just try to be your best selves.
Oladipo, what happens with him? What's his agenda? Because obviously, is it about money and go play for a lesser team and be the guy? Or is he going to try to win and stay with either the Heat or another organization that's an upper echelon organization?
Yeah, I'm writing about this.
Will not give him the money.
I'm writing about this in the Sun Sentinel for Monday. And the thing is, I think Victor Oladipo wants to be a starter and go back on that track. I do not see that happening here. Right now, Tyler Hero came out and said he wants to start. So if you're starting Hero and you're starting Butler and you're starting Lowry, the job simply is not there right now. And that's taking away a 3-point threat from your starting lineup. So Victor Oladipo, I think, sort of has to have us come to whatever moment you want to call it and say, you know what? I could be a nice mid-tier player on a contender and continue to grow. Eric Spoelstra was very interesting. He said, you're going to see a better, much better Victor Oladipo in camp, sort of intimating it's Heat camp, but not saying it's Heat camp. Vic will be better than he was this season, because this will be his first true offseason to work. He's a great work ethic. He was down in Miami. He owned a gym at one point in Miami in the offseason, was working. I could see him going to the Knicks or somewhere like that, trying to get a starting job, trying to get back in the limelight, and trying to get a little bit more money. Again, the whole money thing throws me off for this reason. Victor Oladipo did play for the minimum this year, about $2.3 million for his 8-year tenure. But the previous 4 years, he made $20 million. So he's made his $80 million already. But as you know, these guys measure their worth in salary, for better or for worse. So if someone's willing to offer the 10.6 mid-level, I think he's gone.
So the only thing I was thinking of is, and if whether Spo meant his camp or somebody else's camp, if you do elevate Tyler, it does become an elevation for Oladipo if he has a chance to be the 6th man of the year this time around, because then that gives him 6 man. You play pretty much starters minutes as
Tyler Hero did, but it's the ego thing of being a reserve at 30 years old and having been a former all-star starter. I think Vic still views himself as that. Again,
but would you rather be a starter on a team that probably is not going to go to the playoffs and is terrible, or a 6th man?
There have always been guys like that in our league who said, you know what, if I can score 24 points a game and I'm on a loser, hey, I'm going to be an all-star. Every Sacramento King in history, guys like that. Last summer, Victor Oladipo fired his agent when his agent told him, I probably can only get you a minimum. He hired another agent, wound up at the minimum anyway. So I think in Vic's eyes, after he switched agents last summer, he's expecting something more. I think that he can go up to the taxpayer mid-level. Again, they're a bird team, so they don't have to pay that actual exception. They can just do it in cash. If Vic will play for $6 million, if he'll play maybe for the $7 million that PJ Tucker took this year, I think he can make it work. And I do agree with you, Orlando Alzagari. If you're starting Hero and you're starting Butler and you're starting Lowry, then Victor Oladipo is the perfect 6th man, because he could be a point guard, he could be a shooting guard, he could be a scorer, he could be a defender. So I think it's all up to him up here, whether mentally he can deal with that. He can fill a very important Heat role very well, but does he still view himself as an all-star?
can easily be an all-star if he goes out there and kicks ass as a sixth man. But that's that's interesting. By the way, going back to the Celtics and Ime, because obviously we talk a lot of football on this channel too, and we see that this league is it struggles to move forward and to adjust in life and to do the things that you're supposed to do to create equal opportunities for everyone. It's really nice to see that the NBA is not just progressive but productive, because half their league is what, minorities as head coaches.
And huge upgrade in black hiring of coaches. Yes.
And well, I mean, Spo's a minority himself too, by the way. So, but I'm just saying that the way you look at it, it's nice to see that they're getting rewarded, and maybe other leagues should look at this. You have to have the patience, you have to have the commitment, and you have to have the balls to go out there and do the right thing sometimes. You know what I mean?
And you have to have the pipeline of allowing people to grow as lead assistants and give them the opportunity. It just doesn't start at the top. It starts working your way up. For all these people who want to bring Mark Jackson back out of the broadcast booth, or Kenny Smith, the guys who have thrived in this league have grown. Monty Williams as an assistant, Ime Udoka as an assistant. You're seeing more of that. Those are the guys, because the pipeline is real. This ain't the Rooney Rule. This ain't the let's pretend then let's hire. This is, we are going to develop a pipeline of quality of all races by giving all races the opportunities. So you get to a point like this, and no one's raising a question. And no one's saying it's because of quote or anything.
It's because it's normal in the NBA.
Yes.
That's why. It's normal for us to see the NBA do the right thing.
And it's happening more in the front office also, which we don't see as often in the NFL. The Dolphins obviously being an exception there. And so it becomes the norm. God, if society was just that way, where it was just the norm and you weren't talking about quotas or we got to do this or have a Rooney Rule, it just makes it so much easier. So right now you see an Ime Udoka and you go, I don't even remember him as a player. And then you say, but I'll remember him as a coach.
Yep, exactly. No, I just I thought it was really cool, and I think it's something that we should talk about, because obviously, you know, the biggest league in this country struggles to actually do the right thing and how to develop. And these guys did it without, like you said, without any Rooney Rule, without any fake things like that. It was like, we're just going to do the right thing.
Genuine, yes.
And it's good to see everyone have an opportunity in the NBA, no matter who you are, no matter what you look like or what nationality or anything. So it's just it's really, really cool. All right, Ira, what are you working on the Sun Sentinel so folks can check you out, my friend?
I just posted a story this morning on Gabe Vincent, how last season, the start of the season, Erik Spoelstra was given two options. You could sign a veteran point guard in Jeff Teague, or you could bring in Markieff Morris. Spoelstra felt he had enough at point guard. He brought in Markieff Morris. That might not have worked out so well, but Gabe Vincent really did, and now he's growing. And I think people right now aren't, like I had for years, looking at backup point guard and going, the Heat are in trouble. I feel totally comfortable with Gabe Vincent in that role. Also working on my Sunday column, how if Tyler Hero is a starter, it will represent a seismic shift for the Miami Heat, because it puts Max Strus back on the bench, pushes Duncan Robinson further down the hierarchy. You have that. It sends a signal to Victor Oladipo, you will not be a starter, and it changes the rotation dramatically. So what Tyler Hero might want, typically NBA Sixth Man of the Year do not become starters. Jordan Clarkson a year ago was Sixth Man of the Year, started one game this year. Montreal Harrell 2 years ago was Sixth Man of the Year, started 4 games since. So it's not automatic you're Sixth Man of the Year. Lou Williams and Jamal Crawford were career Sixth Man after winning the award. So it's going to be interesting. What Tyler Hero wants might not be best for what the Miami Heat need. And I think his comment, I want to be a starter next year, is going to have to be something that Erik Spoelstra really will have to massage through. And we'll get to that a little more Monday in our next Acura of Pembroke Pines report.
Yeah, I think the only threshold left for Tyler is you got to play defensively up to the point to be a starter. And
Crawford and Lou Williams couldn't, and accepted what they were.
Right, and he did improve this year. So I'm going to give Tyler a little love. He did improve. He did make an effort to be a better defensive player. But if he's going to be a starter, you know, the Heat have already compromised with the weight stuff with Lowry, and I hope they get back on track here. You can't compromise the disposition of that entire franchise since Riley took over. You got to defend, dude.
Sure,
if you can't
absolutely.
defend, you're not really a Heat player. So, all right. Follow him on Twitter at Ira Heatbeat. Catch his work at the Sun Sentinel and subscribe, please, like I and many others do. Ira, have a fantastic weekend. Stay dry, my friend.
I'll be back from my Rangers game from Tampa on Monday for our next Acura Pembroke Pines report. Thank you, Big O.
You got it. There you go. Wow, that is good. That's a nice trip. See the Rangers and the Lightning. And by the way, congratulations to the Lightning. The atmosphere that they have built there for their team and their games. If you've never been to a Lightning game, like go before a Lightning game. Go check out that atmosphere. Not just because it's the Stanley Cup, or in this case, obviously the Eastern Conference Finals, or obviously you're always going to have a buzz for that. But the bars and everything around there, it's actually a really, really cool atmosphere that Tampa Bay's done. All right, that is our Acura Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report.
You've been listening to the Acura of Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report with Ira Winderman. When you're looking for award-winning service and great deals from the #1 volume Acura sales dealership in the Southeast United States, you go to Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
All right, at the top of the hour, Manny Navarro will be joining us. After Manny, I want to get into some of the stuff that Tua was talking about yesterday. We'll break down a lot of the things that he talked about yesterday on Le Programme. If you want to get in on the Welt Rheaume text line, that's 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Don't forget to subscribe to our backup YouTube channel, now our second YouTube channel, and that is Big O Show Cuts. Search for it, Big O Show Cuts. All right? Proud sponsors of our program, Sloman's Home Security, baby. Yeah! Listen, protect your home, protect your family. There is nothing like Sloman's. They are absolutely fantastic. They're in 14 different states, so I want you to check it out. And call them at 1-800-ALARM-ME. The first 40 Big O listeners right now, we're going to give you a free doorbell camera. That's right, a free doorbell camera. And I use it every single day, and it connects directly to your smartphone. And when you use our professional installation and our low-cost central station monitoring, we're going to give you an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. The first 40 Big O listeners right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME. You'll get the free doorbell camera and installation. Keep your family safe. Keep your pets safe. Keep your business safe. Please call the great people at Sloman's Home Security. You want that Sloman shield. You want Alarmo, baby. Tell them Alarmo. Yeah, there you go. Fists up, baby. Alarmo. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. And tell them that Big O sent you. Let's see. What do we have here on the Welt Rheaume text line? You know, the one thing people need to get away from, it's the thing about bringing back Alabama Tua. This current Tua, us, far superior to Alabama Tua. It's a Tua with 2 years of playing in the NFL defenses, including 3 wins against Belichick defenses. It includes playing against 11 men on the other side of the line, men, not kids, like Alabama Tua. Now, I know it refers mostly to his physical health, but even this Tua will be stronger in some respects to the kid of 3 years ago. Plus, the one thing that is more important than the arm or hips is the mental fortitude. Tua has that in bunches, and it's what will make him great in this league. Love it. That's a great text, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you. And I agree with you 100%. I think he has everything that you need in order to succeed. He just needs the support staff, which everybody needs, and now he finally has it. Tua has a new catchphrase. I don't know about you, but that looked like money. I agree. I can use that one. Did you hear the Cream, the magazine, is coming back in the 80s? I used to read and collect them. I still have them. Jeff from Long Island. I did not. I did not know that Cream is coming back. Now, I would imagine it's not a magazine, right? It'll be online only. because magazines are kind of dying. Congrats on the new National Insiders. Love Jordan's energy and background and his video background too. And the Mishman. Not that he has his work cut out covering the fumbling 15. Great show, Big O. Mish is awesome. We are so happy to have Mish on with us. Let's see. Brissett's now the starting quarterback for the Browns. Somebody said no. I don't think so. But he is a backup there, isn't he? Jacoby? Yeah. He's I think Jabroni is there. Big O, I know Anthony knows this, but don't want to acknowledge it. And it's that regular season doesn't matter. Playoffs is a time when max players. Oh, okay, this is when Chang was on to show up. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, he was referring to the regular season in our interview. You are correct. Yesterday. You're right about that. Is Big O watching boxing this weekend? I watch boxing as much as I can. I watched Gervonta Davis last week beat Rolly Romero. And by the way, that was an entertaining press conference after. Both by Davis and by Romero, who was as delusional as it gets. But yeah, no, of course I'll watch boxing. Always, man. Hell yeah. All right. Here we go. We are ready to go. Let's go to Manny Navarro and our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report.
Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Red Recover can maximize your efforts by potentially improving cellular metabolism, blood circulation, and muscle recovery. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, and that is Manny Navarro. How are you doing, my brother?
Doing good, just trying to stay dry, man. I'm worried about this, the amount of inches of rainfall we're gonna have here, because I got a pool in the backyard. It's already kind of overflowing just based on how much rain we've got in the last 24 hours, and I know there's a lot more coming. So
yeah, no, I'm with you there. And by the way, call Tommy B. Butts, juniorenterprises.com if you got some roof issues now with all those leaks, okay? So they'll take care of you just in case if you do have the leaks. By the way, do we know because if they canceled the baseball games today, there's no way you have them tomorrow, right? Because tomorrow's going to be, it's actually going to get progressively worse as the day goes on, and into tomorrow it'll be pretty bad. Have they said when they're rescheduling them? Is this a Sunday or a Monday thing, or what's the deal?
Right now, they have it tentatively scheduled for tomorrow at noon. Now, obviously, they could always push it back, right? And continue to push it back.
Gonna do. Yeah, that's right. Why not reschedule it? Maybe we can get it off if we can. Because I'm thinking, dude, you're in a storm and everybody's walking around with lightning rods.
Right.
It's like, yeah.
You don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, no. Wooden bats is different,
Right.
But you're pinging all over the place. Yeah, this is definitely one sport you want to make sure there's no lightning in the area. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I mean, you could start with a 12, say 12 o'clock tomorrow, but let's say this thing goes through or it heads further north. You could, maybe you start at 3 o'clock instead of 12. You just keep pushing back,
Right. At least you have something to work with just in case you can get
Right.
off. Because supposedly, I mean, I'm not a
meteorologist.
Yeah. Although my little dog has become a Doppler, I now know when a system is coming. One of my little dogs now starts shaking.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's amazing, right?
Yeah, he now starts getting a little nervous, and when you grab him, you're like, Ollie, what's up? And sure enough, dude, you start hearing rumblings in the distance, and then rain comes like 20 minutes later, and you're like, holy crap, this dog's a Doppler now. It's like,
right.
Like, yeah, dogs are already amazing as like alarms. Like you get to like my sidewalk, and my little dogs already know you're there. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. But now it's like I've got one that's like a Doppler now. And so
that's great. That's great. You don't even need to turn on the TV. You know when it's coming.
No, although it's heartbreaking because you got to grab the dog and just hold him while the whole storm's going by because the poor dog's nervous about that. It's like, yo, it's just rain, bro. Relax. And he's just like freaking out on me. So, by the way, again, just congratulations to Gino, man. What he did this year, I know where we grew up with like national titles and going to the World Series was like, it was a rite of passage for us, back in those days. But we change with the times. We understand how much more difficult it is now than it used to be. And to Gino's done a really nice job of building this thing back up again. You got to give him a lot of love, not just for making it, but building, like, the program's headed in the right direction again now.
Yeah, and that's the only way you can get this thing rolling is by getting some level of consistency, and they've been so inconsistent for a while. The last couple of years under Jim Morris was a struggle, and Gino, he was always the big time recruiter for them in terms of getting some of these elite players, even while 3 was in charge of the program. So I think it's not easy. I don't think the days of them making it to Omaha on a regular basis are going to probably come back just because they're that expensive private school with the big time tuition. But I think certainly they can get to the regionals consistently. There's enough talent in this area where if they can have the kind of season like this year, host a regional, and then be in position to host a super regional instead of having to go on the road, then you give yourself a really good chance. And having home field advantage is important in these college baseball regionals.
Yeah, man. It's just really good stuff that they've been able to accomplish this year. Just really, really, really proud of the Canes baseball program. All right, let's get to football, obviously, which is the master of the domain. What's the latest on the transfer portal NIL side? Is there anything brewing?
Well, I finally got a chance to talk to Mario after 3 weeks of texting back and forth that we were going to talk. I got to talk to him on Wednesday for our State of the Program series on Miami, which came out this morning, by the way. If the listeners want to check it out and sign up for the Athletic, we do one in all the major Power 5 programs, actually all the Power 5 programs, and then some of the Group of 5 schools. So Miami's came out today, and my thought process with Mario is, this dude is never going to stop looking for help. And obviously, I think receiver is one of those positions where they went out, they tried to get Jordan Addison. I think they certainly looked at some other options and still would like to give Tyler Van Dyke that reliable deep threat. Not that one of the guys on this roster can't develop into a reliable deep threat, but in today's college football world where you can go into free agency, right, and find guys, I think they're open to it. I think they're open to taking whatever help they can get at that position if it's the right kind of fit and the right kind of player. So, and I would say the same probably with offensive line.
Names.
Well, no, there isn't. There really isn't. I mean, that's the problem with this is.
So are we announcing to the college football world the Canes are looking for a wide receiver?
Yes, that's what we're doing.
And so we're trying to see if somebody shakes from the trees and says, me. I'm not really happy here at Michigan. You got my guy Josh over there. I want to go join him. So that's what we're hoping for, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is they've kicked all the trees of available players, right? I think they've looked at options. There still are some guys out there, especially in the offensive line, because they have four guys.
Well, wait a minute. What's the window deal? Because you gave us I forgot the dates now.
Right, but if there's grad transfers, that's the wrinkle here.
Okay.
The wrinkle is if these kids graduate over the summer or just graduate in the spring, they can leave as grad transfers. This is just for underclassmen. The deadline was May 1 for underclassmen.
Okay.
But if you're a grad transfer and you're like, I went through spring football, don't really like my position here. So that's essentially who they're calling for. That's the wrinkle to this whole thing.
Right.
But yes, you're right. Underclassmen wise, there's not. I think they've kicked every rock, every tree, and let's see what shakes out.
So we're looking for KJ Osborne and Charleston Rambo all over again.
Pretty much, yeah. But Charleston Rambo was an underclassman when he left. So,
no, but I mean, we only had him for a year, right?
Right. Yeah. It's a 1 year. It's a 1 year guy. Exactly.
Right. That's what I mean.
I
we're
think
looking for a guy to transfer for 1 year in here. You know.
Correct. And so I think that and I would say offensive line too, because they've got four guys that I think they really like as far as starters. And Mario wants to just bring in a whole lot of competition and just and so there's some guys that are out there still in terms of offensive line that they could potentially take. So that's the transfer portal. Everything else recruiting wise, that's starting this weekend. They've got, I think, 24 or 25 visitors already lined up for this month of June, official visitors. And they're going to be busy, man. He's got a bunch of camps. I know he's supposed to have one this weekend or today with special teamers. And basically, like he told me, really a lot of this is for the kids to come check out who the coaches are, to get to know Miami's coaches, to get to see the new faces in person and meet them and feel, make sort of a bond with the coaches that are here. So these little camps that he's going to run here all the way up through the last weekend of June with the Legends Camp are important for bonding and building. But the reality is, man, like I went back and I researched Mario's classes, his 4 classes at Oregon. I mean, this guy signed so many 4- and 5-star guys. And yet, as you know, okay, even with all these recruiting rankings and all these elite kids that they get, it's like the batting percentage, right, of who turns out to be a home run and who turns out to be we always look at it in a vacuum, right, year to year to year. Well, what is this class ranked year to year? Like, if you just take the whole picture, right, of the 4 years of the amount of work that you put into recruiting to build the team, there's so many misses, man. There's so many kids that just don't.
What wasn't Tate Martell like a 4 or 5-star?
Right. But I'm saying between
Miami throw for 10 yards.
But I'm saying,
it's just but you and I have had this conversation forever.
Right.
This is why I never get too high on all this rating system, because I think it's impossible to put a rating system on these high school kids. And most of these people that do the recruiting stuff, they don't watch these kids every moment, and they don't measure on what they're playing against or whatever. Like, Sean Taylor was a monster, but dude, Sean Taylor could not really be measured when he was playing in high school, because he was playing against people that didn't belong anywhere near where he was. Wasn't he a 3A or something like that?
He was Gulliver was a 2A.
Gulliver 2A. My God, 2A. I thought it was 3A. Like, that's Sean Taylor, bro. That's like an NFL Hall of Fame talent, and it's hard to measure some of this stuff. To me, this is why you're going to miss a ton on all those guys. And look, with all those 4 or 5 stars he signed at Oregon, he wasn't winning a national title, and he wasn't beating anybody in the SEC. You know what I mean?
That's what I was going to say is, one thing Mario and I talked about, and this will be something I write about here in the week ahead, but essentially, like, it takes time to kind of come in. Like, even though he's always recruited Florida and has connections here, he was gone for 4 years on the West Coast. And he spent a lot of these first 6 months just sort of reestablishing relationships with the guys that he has here, that he's known here, and sort of fixing things, that may have gone wrong with Manny Diaz and the previous staff. He talked about how he was basically cherry picking from the West Coast. And if you look at what he did over there, his first 2 recruiting classes, yes, he got Kayvon Thibodeau and Panay Sewell. He's got 2 first-rounders. Javon Holland was part of his first, real recruiting class. But there's so many players that just didn't pan out his first 2 years. And Mario talked about that. like it's almost like until you get to that third year is when you really have enough time to recruit these kids for 2 years and have a real chance of getting those elite players. And so he didn't have a lot of,
in a twisted way. I hate to say this because it doesn't really make sense, but it's kind of the facts. You're probably going to get a different player coming to Miami than they are to Oregon.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. 1,000%.
Or Alabama or LSU or Ohio State than they do to Oregon. I just think you might get more of the guy that has a little bit more of an edge.
Oh, absolutely.
Here than maybe you might get the more cerebral, more laid back guy out west. But to Alabama or to Florida State or Miami or to Ohio State, I think you're going to get that guy with a little bit more of an edge.
Yeah, I think 1,000%. But again, like, I know everybody's expecting to come in here, and I think with the staff that I think the one thing we're going to see right away is that they're going to be much more well coached by position. Like, just guys are going to be doing their jobs a lot better, which that alone will make them better than 7. That'll get them from 7-5 to 10 wins in my mind. The question is, when do you get the talent to the level that you need to get to be Alabama, to be Ohio State? And Mario at Oregon, even with the success he had, turning 4-8, which is what he inherited, right? 4-8 to 2 Rose Bowls and 2 Pac-12 titles. It's like, yes, he had a couple first-round picks, but a lot of those first couple recruiting classes, you go back and look, there's a lot of swings and misses. There's maybe 5 or 6 guys in each of those classes that turned out to be something.
Just took over the program, bro. He's just new at the whole thing. That's part of the adjustment, man. Go start any new business. You're going to make a bunch of mistakes. That's just the way it goes, man. You live and learn. And this was his first time leading a big time program. You live and learn. And that's the good thing for us. Whatever he learned at FIU, Alabama, and Oregon, Miami's going to benefit from all of that because he's going to make less of those kind of mistakes here.
Yeah. And I think he certainly has built his name up enough now. Where these kids, just out of knowing what he's done right at Oregon, knowing he had success at Alabama and helped bring a bunch of great players to Alabama, that they're going to buy in. And so he thinks they're going to have a ridiculously good recruiting class this year. But again, it's like you study this stuff and you're like, okay, how long did it take him to really get it going at Oregon? Just interesting to me, all that kind of stuff, because we all just say, oh, he's a phenomenal recruiter, he'll flip the switch. No, it takes time at every program to kind of really settle in and get the kind of players that you want. If you look at his last 2 recruiting classes at Oregon, everybody talks about, oh, Mario didn't win enough at Oregon, right? The Oregon fans are complaining. It's like, dude, he set up Dan Land. There are some really good players at Oregon.
No, he won there. Now, did he win big? No, not yet. But that was he was on his way to doing something like that. Yeah, of course. It's what. Listen, this past year losing to Utah twice. I'm sure that's something that's stuck in their craw. That was
absolutely.
That was a disappointment for him this year. There's no doubt.
It was, but he still won a lot of games, and he still got to the Pac-12 championship game. Miami's done that once.
They're not doing that here. So yeah, he's got to get them. And listen, in the end, he left them way better than what they were, and so it's up to the next guy now to pick up there and keep ascending. And that'll be interesting to see if the next guy can maintain it or make it better, or does it take a step back or two? And then those Oregon fans are going to regret, every moment of it. But that's the way it goes. All right, what are you working in The Athletic so folks can check you out?
Well, I had promised that feature on one of the 3 visitors this weekend, Olasalinen. That'll finally be coming out tomorrow. I mentioned the story at talking to Mario about recruiting and roster building. We talked a lot about philosophy and stuff like that. That'll be coming out next week. And then I'm going to Vegas next week for 5 days. I'll be out there for the 7-on-7, OT 7-on-7, an event being put on by Cam Newton. You have 2 Miami teams, the 2 best 7-on-7 teams here in South Florida that have a bunch of elite South Florida players and national players. They're going to be out there competing in that thing. So I'll be out there reporting from that Thursday and Friday next week. And then I think the championship or the playoff round is Sunday. So I'll be out there from that. And then other than that, man, I'll be, just cranking out, man. I spent a lot of time in the lab doing homework. Oh, and I feel like that's the best. When I come on, my best stuff is when I have time to research. So I'll have a lot of that stuff coming in the weeks ahead.
All right. I like it. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro and subscribe to The Athletic and support Manny and all the great journalists that cover all sports locally, nationally, and even internationally there at The Athletic. Manny, as always, thank you, my brother. Stay dry this weekend. We'll catch up next week.
All right, brother. Take care.
Got it. There you go. Manny Navarro in our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All righty. How you doing, Sean? You doing all right? And thank you, Brooklyn Rob. I appreciate you. He says only troopers like Big O and Sean would do a remote show with a tropical storm approaching. Never question the dedication from these guys. Damn right. Sean and I are workers, man. We grind. It's I think that's why we make a good team, man. We don't have to do a ton of talking. We know what our jobs are. We get it done and we understand. And listen, you guys count on us to be here every day. And that's part of it. So that way, when you turn on at 10 a.m. on Wednesdays, a little earlier, but we're here for you guys, no matter what. And by the way, we'll have a special show tomorrow at noon, 11:50. Come on at 11:50. Alan Poupart and Marcel Louis Jacques is going to be joining us tomorrow, so we'll get their thoughts. They weren't able to join us on, was it Thursday? Right? Thursday they weren't able because they were covering practice and the press conferences, and then they had to write and all that stuff. And so we respect that. We have no problem with that. So this gives them another day or two to reflect on it and everything. And so we'll get their points of view tomorrow on the program. So you'll have an extra show tomorrow. But tomorrow we'll be at home doing the show. So there you go. So I appreciate all of you out there. And Sean and I appreciate. You got any wrestling shows this weekend? No wrestling this weekend. Okay. You do? What do you got? What do you got going on?
I'm sorry. It's WWE NXT on Saturday night pay-per-view, and then Sunday night is Hell in a Cell. So we'll have previews for both.
Wow. There you go. See? That's dedication right there. And remember, please, Big O Show Cuts. Okay? Big O Show Cuts is our other YouTube channel. Please subscribe to it. Got to get that one over 1,000 quickly, okay? We can build it up slowly after that, but we got to get it 1,000 quickly. We really need it. So really help us out quickly to get that one to 1,000, all right? Let's see. What else? Oh, remember when Mickey Harrison told the crowd to stay white? Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, but you know what he meant by that, right? That was the white hot thing. I get it that everybody twisted it around. It's not really what he meant, but come on. So, you guys are a trip. All right. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program on the Welt and Rheaume text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. That, my friends, is a 24-hour talk show there. And, of course, you can also reach out on email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Always appreciate that. Thank you all out there. Let's see. What else do we have here? Big O, are you watching boxing this weekend? What do we got this weekend? Huh? What is it? The Haney fight? I mean, there's Donaire, Nonito, right on but that's on Monday, isn't it, or Tuesday or something like that? So if there's any good ones, I gotta you might have me here. I'm not exactly sure what fights there are this weekend. Is it the Haney fight, the Cambosos and Haney? Is that what you're talking about? Is that the fight you're talking about there, Dylan? I'm not exactly sure. Tell me what fight you're talking about, because maybe I might not have it on my radar at the moment in my brain. What else do we have here? Has Reason said anything about coming on your show with Omar? No, we haven't talked about it at all. I mentioned it to the guys, but no, I don't think so. I talked to Reason about he and I doing stuff like something on his show and then doing something on my show, kind of like what I do with Dudley. But again, nothing's materialized. There's, I'm sure he's working on his thing, and obviously, I don't stop here. That's for damn sure. Sean, CCW this weekend in Hialeah tomorrow. CCW this weekend in Hialeah tomorrow.
That's Coastal Championship Wrestling.
Okay. All right. So wait a minute. So this is local wrestling?
It's the independent, the independent scenes,
Okay. All right.
But I don't have a lot of free time to where I can go to them yet. I got to get
okay.
There's other things, unfortunately, so I'm not able to. But Boss B has been my go-to guy on independent wrestling right now.
Okay.
He went to a show in Vero. He went to another show up in where was the other one? Oh, West Palm, I think it was.
Damn. Oh, so then Boss B is like hardcore, bro.
He just got back into it, and now he's hooked.
Okay.
He's hooked.
All right.
I think he got his daughter into it now too, as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
South Florida Don says he's agreed to do Nick Reasons and Omar segment. Well, anytime, man. This platform's open for anything and everything, man. That's what I want for sure. So that's but it's a business, and I have to run it like a business. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. But yeah, I definitely would love to work with them. I have no problem with that, man. And I'm always willing to work and help anyone and everyone in our business, especially all of these young guys that are doing all the YouTubing and all that kind of stuff, and help them on the business side and help them grow too at the same time, because they need that. You know what I mean? So yeah, I have no problem with any of that. I'm about the familia, and that's all of you out there. Let's see who's set to join us next. Omar Kelly. Omar Kelly set to join us. Before Omar Kelly, Tua opened up yesterday a little bit to folks. And before we get Omar on, and we'll wait for Omar here, but he had his message to the Twitter warriors out there, and the reporters and people talking and dissecting every move and every throw he makes, and whether he can make this throw or that throw, or whether he can make a deep throw, and can he throw it in stride to Tyreek Hill and all that kind of stuff. Let's hear from the starting quarterback.
All the bad news I hear from Ann. Ann tells me, hey, I don't know if you heard about this, but they say that. I'm like, Ann, why would you want to bring that up to me? But she brings it up just so I'm aware with the questions that you guys are going to ask me. For me, it's just zone that out. I mean, we come out to practice. Everyone else, Twitter warriors, keyboard warriors, whatever you want to call them, they're not out here practicing with us working hard. So I don't know if you guys recorded that last one to Tyreek, but
we're not allowed to film that.
I don't know about you, but that looked like money.
There you go. I love it. I like this Tua. I like him to be a little bit more open. I think it's a good thing for him too, but it's also good because this is Mike McDaniel allowing them all to kind of be themselves. And I think that's important for employees in your business and any business. Well, obviously, it can't be like you can be yourself in a place where, like a law office, you can't go acting like a complete buffoon or anything like that. But you know what I mean. Be yourself, as in, allow your personality to shine a little, so you can go out there and feel comfortable. And really, that's what we're watching. I think we're watching a team We're mostly focused on Tua, but watching a team that's comfortable, and to me, that's really important for everybody to grow. And I think that's what Mike McDaniel is trying to do. He's trying to create an environment where guys can be themselves, but he has to obviously hold them accountable to whatever responsibilities they have, but you can be yourself. One of the things that has happened a lot in my business over the years, and I'll give you a little insight. Most of the program directors will tell you don't allow your producers to talk. Really, they'll tell you that exactly. PDs will call you in and say, "Hey, we want to hear you. We don't want to hear the producer." And I've never been that guy, because if the producer has something to contribute or help me or correct me or give us information or might be able to provide some insight that I don't have or you don't have, why not give that person the ability? Why'd you hire them then? I never understood that. You're supposed to hire people to help you be better. So hire a producer that can actually, do their jobs. Now, if you're hiring somebody that's incompetent and then you don't want them on the air, what you hire them for? Doesn't make any sense. So, what's that? Yeah. And so it's one of those where you got to create a comfortable atmosphere. That way, if you live up to your responsibilities, you've created a positive atmosphere. There's no excuses after that. And then the coach can make whatever changes he wants after. If things are done, great. If they're not, I've given you the environment. I've given you the opportunity. What more do you want? And I think that's all you can ask for. Listen, there's no right way or wrong way to do it. Okay? Tony Dungy and Tom Flores. Okay? Some of you may not be old enough. But Tony Dungy and Tom Flores, two different dudes, one Latin, one black. Neither one talked. Neither one was emotional ever. They were cigar store mannequins. There's 3 Super Bowls between the two guys. Dick Vermeil was as emotional as it gets. He was crying on the podium after every game because something got to him. And that's who he was. He was a great coach, kind of a hard ass, but he was emotional. He would break down in front of his players, in front of the media. And was that a sign of weakness? No, dude, that's just, because some people say, that's weak. That's weak. How can he do that? That's not tough. You know what I mean? Well, he won a championship, dude. So what's your problem? And then I've seen John Madden and I've seen Jimmy Johnson. I've watched football all my life. There's no right way to do it. Those guys were maniacs on the sidelines. Jimmy Johnson and John Madden would lose their effing minds on the sidelines, and they were great coaches. So don't tell me that there's a right way or a wrong way. I saw Dave Hyde's article and all that, and there is no right way or wrong way to do it. This is the way Mike McDaniel wants to do it. We'll see if it works. Nobody knows, dude. And if anybody tells you, what Mike's doing, he's wrong. You don't know that. He might be the best coach we've had since Shula. Maybe he's the guy that actually starts going to the playoffs in his own way. But let's give it an opportunity before we slam it, because as a guy that's been around football for a long time, I've seen all kinds of coaches, man. There are some guys that are cerebral, and then there are some guys. Pat Riley was a motivational, in-your-face guy. Eric Spoelstra is a cerebral intelligence, high IQ guy that will reach players with, direct, but at the same time, he'll reach them with an IQ like, hey, you do this, this, and this. Look what happens. And sure enough, the success you have is why he wins you over. All right, Omar Kelly, baby. He wins everybody over. He's next in our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
There he is. There he is. There he is. Appreciate it. Thank you all out there for hanging in there. Omar, you dry?
No, I actually just went outside to do my weed and feed on my lawn in a light rain just because I do not have a sprinkler system. And this is the great opportunity to get some weed and feed down, get it all saturated by the time the storm is done. Your weeds will be killed, your battle with that will be strong, and your lawn will be green.
All right. I like that. All right. That's
just some homeowner stuff.
Smart move on your part with the rain coming. You get that stuff in there. It gets into the ground right away.
For those who don't know, I'm a big lawn and gardening guy. I want to eventually get into like landscaping, but it's a nice hobby. I enjoy it.
It's interesting. We got an interesting sponsor coming up, joining the family.
Yeah.
Landscaping.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's interesting that you bring that up, actually. So
yeah. I'd love some tips. So yeah,
we'll get you involved with them. They're actually really good dudes, man. They're big sports fans and all that. So it's cool. It's cool. We'll introduce you to them. They're actually interesting. Al, they have a show and everything. So you might end up.
Show? Okay.
Yeah. So it's big stuff. Yeah, we're growing slowly but surely, man. You know how it is. It's one of those deals. But anyway, let's get to the dissection of Tua and the family. And it's funny how this is that season, this off season where we got to find out whether the quarterback can play or not. This and that, if he's the guy or not. And then the other thing is trying to dissect whether Mike McDaniel's doing the right thing or not as a coach. And leading into your segment here, I was talking about this, and I saw Dave Hyde's article. There's no right way or wrong way to coach.
Yeah.
That's to me, that's the silliest thing at times. If anybody thinks every coach is an ogre, it's actually not true, because Tony Dungy never had to raise his voice to anybody, and he's a great coach. And Tom Flores was the same way. Tom Flores was quiet and unassuming, and he has 2 titles with the Raiders. And there is no right way. And for anybody to make a determination and say, oh, the way McDaniel's doing it, it'll never work, I'm definitely not going to say that. And here's the other thing, Omar, maybe you'll agree with me or not. With today's kids, younger people, he might be the right way and the right approach.
It's funny that you said that because I've been thinking about this generation and talking a lot about this generation on I Am Athlete Tonight, because we got an older generation of hosts, right. And I always say to them, there's a delineation between your generation of players. Even though every guy played 10, 11, 13 years, it's like they saw the change. You've seen the change. Change. This is a more sensitive era of players. They don't like to be coach hard, and they will point out to me, hey, we didn't like to be coach hard then either, too. You couldn't fire and brimstone us. Like the Jimmy Johnson coaches would not have really survived in the last generation. But there is no right or wrong way to coach a team or coach a player. I think you have to take everybody as an individual and treat them differently. I do believe that the ideal coach is a quarterback whisperer who is a leader of men. If you can handle that, you cover all your bases, except for defense. And then you just have to hire a good defensive coordinator. But a quarterback whisperer is a guy who can help a young quarterback get better from where he is and push him up 5-6 tiers from a quarterback status. We don't know if that's Mike McDaniels yet. And then a leader of men is a guy who can stand up in front of a room full of 53 of the most physical and aggressive guys in your city and tell them that you're going to push around another group of 53 of the most aggressive guys from another city. I've always been a big believer in that, but he also can't turn off his room. That's the problem that Gase had. Gase, you throw so many guys under the bus, eventually everybody's like, oh, he threw you under the bus? Oh, he threw you under the bus? He threw me under the bus? Okay, well, we can't trust this guy. So you have to make sure that you have a good command of good feel of your team and a good command of your leaders of your team, and strong leaders can lead your locker room.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Listen, I've always said this about players, and this is the part that's misunderstood with people. All a coach has to do is prove that he knows how to coach and put the player in position to succeed. After that, believe it or not, they will tolerate the a-hole, because that's what they do.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, they will tolerate Belichick because he helps you win. But if he didn't help you win, dude, they might knock his ass out.
Yeah. No question. I think Brian Flores is a good example of that. After starting 1-7, the team didn't quit on him, even though he was an a-hole. He changed his approach during that run at the end of the season. I don't think it helped him win over teams, but they never quit on him. That's the one thing. You can say whatever you want about
they didn't quit.
Brian Flores team. They didn't quit on him.
If you're finishing strong, then you're not quitting.
Yeah. There's no doubt they didn't quit on him.
Now, here's the other side of it that I hate also. Okay? Because we make it sound like these guys aren't professionals and they don't care, because you can have a shitty editor, and I'm sure in your history you've had a shitty editor.
Indeed.
And when you have a shitty editor, it doesn't mean you stop being a good reporter and a good writer.
Bro.
So you could have a shitty coach like Cam Cameron, and yet you're still playing hard every week, even though you know he's an idiot. But that's the only thing I don't like, Omar, that we lump it all to the coach and we give no credit to the players for being professionals for doing their jobs.
I don't think you go the extra mile for a Cam Cameron coach team.
No, what I'm saying is, Omar, that these players, a lot of them are going to be just pros.
A lot of them
no matter what. Yeah,
but
exactly.
I would put a number. I would put a number on the professionals.
Okay, that's fine.
20. And
percent?
then there's 20 guys. And then
out of the 53 that are starting, out of the 53 that are playing, you're saying 20 are
Let me finish. Let me finish.
All right.
I would say 20 guys are professionals. 15 guys are young guys who don't know what the bleep they're doing.
That's a great point.
And they follow and then there's another 20 guys who are just there for the money and just going through the motions, and they'll follow whatever crowd, and the 15 guys, they'll follow whatever crowd is the strongest.
I got you. Okay. I can, you know what? I can
and sometimes without the good leader, the 20 professionals get tuned out. And then sometimes without the good leader and a bad team, the 20 guys who 5 of them got hurt, they'll be like, yeah, I'm out. I'm checking out. Like,
right.
I'm not playing through pain for this.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And I'm telling you the dynamic of things I've seen in 15 years. You know, you could have the Jason Taylors on your team, but in Cam Cameron era, they're getting tuned out. Right. And, you know, they get by the 5th rally cry, I ain't listening no more.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. But I will say there's a lot of players on a team that they're going to play hard no matter what, dude. You know what I mean? Whoever coaches Cam Wake, it doesn't really matter, bro. The guy's going to Byron Jones. It doesn't really matter who's coaching those kind of guys. They're going to play hard no matter what. You know what I mean? I think because those are character people as it is. So, and you have a group of those players pretty much on every team. I just don't like to lump it over all to the coach when a lot of the players deserve credit for being professional.
For instance, I'll give you a good example. Adam Gase's final year, that game in Buffalo, where they did not want him to come back.
Right.
Do you know the number of guys who checked out of that game? Like, I'm
sure.
good.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm not playing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And some of those guys were good guys. Bobby McCain, good guy, good leader, checked out, was out. Cam Wake checked out of that game. Andre Branch, he wanted him fired. There's all kinds of things that go on in a team, and sometimes you don't know until after the fact. But these players, they know, they talk. They're like, we're not going to sit here and bust our butt for this guy who's going to throw us under the bus, and we don't want him to come back. Nah,
right, but when you're talking about a specific game and it's like the last game of the year, that might be different. When we're talking about a whole stretch of games, it can't be just the coach. It has to be the players too.
Sometimes players check out midseason. You've seen
yeah. But if you're playing hard, I have to give players credit too. Is all I'm saying. It's just not fair to say. Oh no, it's all. They responded to the coach.
Yeah,
no, they responded because.
What did you put on film last?
Exactly. They responded because they're professionals, because they're getting paid, because they got incentives to meet. That's why they got to put food on the table. That's why they responded. It's not only because of the coach. It's just one of those things. All right. Do you like the fact that Tua is a little bit coming out of his shell now? And it seems like, again, this is something that McDaniel, I think, has given everyone an opportunity. This is not just a Tua thing. I think this is kind of his MO with all players. Like, hey, I'm going to give you the opportunity. I'm going to give you an opportunity to have you show your personality, and let's see what you got. Do you like this? Do you think this is progress for Tua and for the team?
We got spicy Tua yesterday.
Right? Yes, sir.
That's after facing months of criticism, after being a national punchline because of the video that the Dolphins organization put out, and people raising questions about his ability to throw the deep ball.
Well, people overreacting on a video that the Dolphins put out.
And I can promise you, there were 2 deep balls yesterday, and I can promise you that the second one, you'll never see the light of day because it wasn't perfect. And Dolphins are fearful of having that blowback again. So there is a sensitivity level. Now, Tua was spicy yesterday, and I don't have a problem with it. But I don't think that's going to continue or be who he is or the theme of who he is. I think he's a little bit too guarded for that. But I will say this. He was spicy yesterday because he had a good practice. If he hadn't had a good practice, do you think he would have been spicy?
No, of course not.
Okay. So sometimes it's the situation. And mind you.
Yeah, but all this silliness of overreact. Yesterday, they're talking about Deshaun Watson throwing pick sixes. It's like stupid. We're overreacting on May and June football. Deshaun Watson's with new players and a new offense. Dolphins are in. That's the one thing they are doing. They're in a new offense, so everything should be.
There is a new offense.
Nothing's going to be smooth, and to think that every day in practice you're going to throw every ball perfect.
No. That's not the expectation. That's not the expectation. Here's the thing. I wrote a column criticizing what I saw the first day of minicamp because understand it was not excusable. There was and you weren't there. People weren't there, and unfortunately because of where we are in this point of the season, fans have to take my word for it as opposed to them seeing it out there. If that was an open mini camp practice and 6,000 fans were there, they would have lit this town and this team on fire.
But it's May football.
It doesn't matter what it is. It really does. There's a level of
it does matter. You haven't practiced enough. There are no pads. This means nothing.
There is a level of proficiency that you need to have. That's a baseline. And it was not there. And it wasn't just Tua. It was everybody. Now the players justified it by saying, hey, we went into a meeting for 30 to an hour, installed a bunch of stuff, and then said, hey, go out and run it. And that's going to be a very difficult practice.
Of course.
But there should be a level of some kind of efficiency. My biggest issue, if I had to say one criticism about that practice I saw like half a dozen balls batted down at the line of scrimmage. I'm sorry. That there shouldn't be a day where there are half dozen balls batted down the line. I mean, half dozen balls batted down the line of scrimmage. Like, I get it. The defensive players are good. Find your lanes, find your angles. That's not acceptable. Like, I can allow the sacks.
Yeah, but you don't have a settled line.
True, that's fair. But
so that's my point of all this.
Whenever
you're over criticizing May and June football in a new offense that doesn't have a line yet because they don't know who's even playing guard right now. Hell, I'm still not even believing that Connor Williams will be there at center permanently.
He'll be their center. They have 4 of the 5 starters on the line right now. So who's
the right tackle?
I can't tell you that, but you can guess.
No, but I mean, it can't be permanent.
He's the right tackle. He's the right tackle. Trust me, he's the right.
I can see Hunt guard, and if you're gonna have Connor there for now experimenting.
It's not an experiment. It's not an experiment. They're done.
We'll see when we're deep into the preseason. Then I'll believe it's no longer an experiment.
Trust me, that they've realized Michael Dieter's not the answer.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, if they're doing that with Connor, but still, I know he's had snapping issues. And then the left side, obviously, Tehran is set. So
he's not there. He's not there. I'm just going to call him in the Sun Sentinel. Everything that you're watching is incomplete, and
that's my problem with all that.
Yeah, because you can't see the run game. You're not seeing pads. You're not seeing be physical. You're not seeing them cut down guys and cut blocking. So it's all incomplete. But my issue is the passing game should look a lot better than it's looking right now. You can't have this many weapons playing against Noah Igbenogany and Nick Needham and Elijah Campbell, and it looked like that. Like, no. There's nothing, and it's not Tua. Don't say it's Tua. It's every quarterback. It's every receiver. There has to be a better level of efficiency and execution.
Yeah, no, I mean,
they had 2 deep balls yesterday, but outside of those 2 deep balls and maybe 6 passes, the rest of it was trash. And now I'm saying 2 scores, and Tyreek had a nice sideline dance off a quick hitch that he's the fastest player I've ever seen. Where he can skirt a sideline and just be gone 40 yards. He should not be a one-man offense. There's too many players, too many weapons, too many pieces. Yes, I know you're not running, but there shouldn't be a one-man offense.
No, it's just to me that it's so incomplete right now. What you're doing
you're making these excuses in June. Understand they wrap in a week and then show up again at the end of July and then practice for 3 weeks before they play games. And I'm telling you right now, that's not debatable. If this is what you're walking into training camp with, what you wrap with next week, you're in trouble. And your offense isn't going to take off to half point of the season. I've been here. I've seen it.
Wait a minute, Omar. Did you expect him to be a fine-tuned machine?
It has to be better than where it is. It has to be.
But of course, you're in early June. You can't. You gotta wait, bro. You got to give some time for all of this to develop.
You can wait. I'm not
but they're not going to be perfect. By the way, almost no one will be perfect in week one of
No
the
question.
regular season. I
No
mean,
question.
there's not enough practice time for established teams.
Don't make excuses.
No,
Making excuses
No,
is a very unhealthy practice. Dolphin fans
it's not
have
a matter.
very bad habit doing.
It's not a matter of excuses. It's the reality of football. The way they have wussified it over the last few years. There's very limited.
You need to be further along than where you are, based on what I've seen.
How can you be further along when you're not hitting, Omar?
Football hasn't changed. I see the same thing for 10 years.
Yeah, but
you know the last time I've seen
this
hitting?
is a brand new coach with a
the last
brand
coach
new
I
set
saw
of players.
with was Tony Sperano, then Dan Campbell for a day. This is it's not like it's changed. What I see yesterday is the exact same thing I'm going to see in training camp.
It's changed because
I was
covering it when they were like
football has changed, but it changed a decade ago.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's harder now to get any offense or any defense in a groove when you don't have the same amount of practice. Hell, I used to cover mini camps where they had pads on.
Yeah. It's not.
So those are different mini camps when you're able to hit, bro. I mean, it's just different.
No, I remember watching a joint practice, Adam Gase and Carson Wentz, Nick Foles with the Eagles, where their efficiency level, I was like, man, this is what practice is supposed to look like. Same stuff I'm seeing right now, except for they have pads on. Same stuff. The efficiency level has to be higher. There has to be a higher level of completed passes.
I'm sure they know that. I'm sure
there has to be a lower level of defensive linemen penetrating the pocket. Now, what I will give Dolphins is I have seen one interception in all of the practices that I've watched. No, maybe two. And that's impressive. But outside of that, I got to see better efficiency. Now, I'll give you credit that the line, the defensive line is better than the offensive line. But they got Christian Wilkins out here looking like he's a superstar. Like
they're not blocking him.
No, they're blocking. They're just not,
They're not blocking, Omar. They have no pads on, Omar. They're not hitting. There's no real hitting, dude. There's no real football being played right now.
Okay.
It's hard to measure.
So you think that any team,
the defense knows the snap counts, they know exactly what's going on. They have their defense is set because they're playing under the same defense they've been under for 2 years. There's no adjustments for them. They're stepping in. Everybody else on the offensive side is thinking about everything that they have to do. It's different. One side
you don't think
the other side
is your question.
Is all.
You don't think that was consistent? You don't think that was consistent with the Marino years and that all defense is generally ahead and
no. With the Marino years, we can't compare the Marino years because you come back every year with Shula, dude. So they had continuity. That's a whole different ballgame. When you have continuity,
the Marino years,
hell, Jay Fiedler had more.
Jimmy Johnson.
Jay Fiedler had more continuity than these guys.
I mean, that's by choice, bro.
But that's what I'm saying, Omar. They have to build the continuity. So now it starts again. And you hope that this quarterback stays. You hope that this offensive coaching staff stays. And that way next year, if it's the same one and the same coordinators, hell, now we finally have continuity.
Okay, by your mindset and mentality, then that means the Dolphins have a bottom 20 offense. Okay.
Well, no, they have no offense. No.
What are your expectations?
Omar, there are no rankings right now. They've never had an offense. This is a brand new offense. I don't know what they are. We are all hoping that it's better than what they had last year. That's all we're hoping. And if it's better than they had last year, if you won 9 or 10 games, you should be able to win, maybe 11 games or 12 games. That's what I'm hoping, that you're a game or two better than you were last year because you have a better offense than you had last year. That's all I'm asking for at this point in time. I need a better offense, but I can't expect a ranking. I don't know who the line is.
Let me ask you a question.
One of your running backs isn't even healthy. You're not wearing pads. The defense has all the advantages. I just think it's.
So let me ask you a question. Last year, installing a new offense with new weaponry, new line pieces, If I told you that at this exact point the offense looked better than it does now, would you be concerned or not concerned?
Last year's offense should
Yes.
look better than this one. Why? Because it still has some continuity from the year before. It still had some. It still had some of the same elements from the year before. It wasn't like a completely different offense. Those guys weren't smart enough to come up with a completely different offense. This guy has a completely different offense. So there was still continuity last year.
Okay.
Going in from the year before. This year, it's completely different. I'm just saying, before I judge them, I'm going to wait till they're actually putting on pads and they're hitting each other, and then I can assess it. But I'm not going to start now assessing late May and early June football when it's,
bro, camp reps next week. Camp reps next week. What you've been working on since April?
Yeah.
Over. Done. So this is it. You come back and start over.
And that's when it starts to mean something.
And my point is you're starting from a block behind the rest of the runners. So if you're cool with that, cool. It is what it is. Just don't have high expectations for the offense. Could they be better than last year? Hell, with a respectable line, everybody's supposed to be better than last year.
Well, then that's progress.
Yeah, but doesn't necessarily mean you have a good offense.
Well, if you're better than last year, that's progress. That's all I know. Because if you're better than last year, if they get 4 or 5 people that can actually block Omar, you know they're going to be better this year.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude. They didn't have any.
Yeah.
You had a quarterback that was one of the least sacked quarterbacks with an offensive line that had the worst worst pass block rate in the NFL. That's all you need to know. Give the kid time, give him a line, give him a running game, and there's no doubt in my mind.
Is he going to deliver a top 16 offense in 2022?
If you give him an offensive line,
is he going to deliver?
Yes.
Okay.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Yes. As long as that's the answer.
Remember, I'm on the train. You're not.
Yeah.
I believe in the
My
kid.
answer would be no, okay. But I know you're an optimist.
No, I'm not an optimist. I'm a realist. Give the man a running game and block for him, and I think he'll be a good quarterback. I'm not telling you he's going to make Dan Marino look like crap. I'm not telling you that Tua is going to become the GOAT and be the greatest quarterback of all time. All I'm telling you is he'll be a franchise player for you if you block and run for him. He'll make the passes you need. He'll make the plays you need. He'll be clutch when you need him.
I'll say he'll be a winning quarterback. I'm not ready to say franchise player, but I'll say he'll be a winning quarterback.
I'm ready to say he is a franchise player if you do your part, like any other franchise player. If you do your part, run the ball and block for the kid, he'll take care of the rest. But I'm not going to judge him now in late May and June.
I'm not judging him. I'm judging the offense.
I know, but it's like I think you're a little too harsh on the offense right now, bro.
Nah.
It's a brand new offense, dude.
I saw one good practice in the 4 I watched. I saw one good practice, a bad performance, a poop show, and yesterday Tyreek Hill saved them, which he's gonna do for about 4 games a season.
That's what they pay him to do.
Yeah. So
that's what he is. He's supposed to be a dynamic player, a guy that changes the game.
He puts on the cake.
And he's gonna pull double coverage, and that's gonna open things up for Waddle and Gesicki and Said and everybody else and the running game also, which one of the running backs isn't even playing right now. And so there's so many elements to this offense. I've got to see the fullback in play, knocking the crap out of the middle linebacker that's coming free. That buys to another half second, 3/4 second, and all of a sudden there's a bigger play involved. All of these kind of things have to fall into place, but you won't see them in May and June because it just doesn't happen that way. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And plus, again, we got to wait till the offense gets to the point where they're comfortable, where we know what
I can tell you. I remember going back to the Ryan Fitzpatrick days, May and June, practicing pajamas. Mm-hmm. Looks stellar.
Yeah.
So, you have these low expectations.
Again, Chan Gailey coached them in 3 different places.
No, that was the same offense. That was the first year with a coach. I can't even remember his name.
Oh, you mean the guy?
They
fired from New England.
Receiver coach. Listen, I know what it's supposed to look like. It doesn't look like what it's supposed to look like. I even know I've covered 6 different head coaches. I've covered 11 different offensive coordinators. I know what a new install is supposed to look like. I've counted them up. It's not there. And even Mike McDaniel acknowledged, like, some of these practices have been rough.
They're not supposed to be good in May and June.
It's got to be better. It's got to be better.
I would have been freaking out if they had great practices. I would have been like, "Wow, this is pretty impressive in May and June. Brand new offense. They have never run it."
Freaking out? Why?
Yeah, because it's brand new to them. It's brand new. You got a whole bunch of offensive linemen that their confidence has been shattered from the last 2 years. You've got a quarterback that's been beaten down for 2 years.
Hey, man, he doesn't listen to none of that stuff. He doesn't hear anything.
Right, no, until Ann tells him.
Yeah, he doesn't hear anything until Ann tells him. So
right. Yeah, sure he does.
Even
His buddy doesn't tell him. His brother doesn't tell him. Yeah, his
brother, his dad doesn't tell. Hey, his dad, coach, his dad.
I bet his dad doesn't. I bet his dad doesn't. That I can bet that I'll agree with that one. I'll believe that one.
Dad, so
I don't believe his brother doesn't tell him. I don't believe Lee Steinberg doesn't tell him. I don't believe Lee Steinberg's assistant doesn't tell him. I don't believe somebody in the Dolphins PR department doesn't tell him. Bull crap. Plenty of people walk up to him and tell him. His dad, maybe not. His dad probably doesn't, his dad is probably tougher on like a lot of dads, a lot of our dads. Like my dad was tougher on me than anything else, dude. I when I got spanked by the assistant principal in school, the only thing I begged for was don't tell my parents. That's all I wanted.
Was that an American school that was here?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I had an assistant principal that paddled me with a paddle that said Toyota on it, and it had holes drilled into it for aerodynamics. He'd make you put your hands on the table, look at the wall, and then he'd say, "You want it? You asked for it. You got it. Whack! Toyota."
Toyota. What was it? A marketing?
That was the slogan. I know you.
Okay. Too old. Yeah. I'm glad you said that. I remember getting beat in Jamaica in school, and nobody beat me here. And I was like,
"Oh no!" Well, you're a little younger. Yeah, they stopped it already in your age. And my age, I had in catechism in St. Michael's. Okay. In the early 70s.
So that wasn't public school.
No, the paddle was in public school, was in Kinloch Junior High. Montoya was his name.
Junior high? You getting your ass beat?
It was I got paddled in elementary too, bro. I got paddled.
No, but I'm saying you still getting your ass beat in junior high?
Yeah, I got paddled. Yeah.
Damn, you a bad kid. Oh.
I was a party animal. I wasn't a delinquent. But I skipped and, I partied. So what can I tell you, bro? It is what it is.
Right.
But I had in catechism school at St. Michael's, we had a nun that would grab your fingers like this, grab the index and the thumb. She'd wrap it around like that, and then she'd grab a ruler. Whack, 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 whack. Boy, your fingers.
Why not? Why didn't
your
she
fingers
just do
would
the palm
be
of the hand?
on freaking fire, bro, after that.
So
and
that
then,
was worse than the palm of the hand?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. When they hit you with a ruler at the tip. Oh my God. That's worse than anything in your head. Yes. But the worst part was when you told my mom and dad that it happened, because the ass kicking that came after that was like, I'd rather tell Montoya, "Hey bro, paddle me 5 more times if you want. Just don't tell my parents." I don't care, bro. Okay.
Now you can't beat your kids. You know that, right?
How's that?
You can't beat your kids. It's child abuse.
No. Nowadays, I mean, forget about it. The way I was raised nowadays, I could have had everybody in jail in those days, but it was different when we were kids and we got our asses kicked. The difference is we knew we deserved our asses getting kicked. We knew that we were going to get our butts kicked when we got busted. And when we got busted, we accepted the punishment and then we moved on. And the difference also is parents and kids in those days Like you could get paddled and whatever, or they can smack you or whatever, and 10 minutes later, everything is forgotten and you've moved on.
Worst fear in the world was getting beat in school. Worst fear.
No.
You could promise. You could say anything to me.
Home.
It was never worse than that.
No, home for me, bro.
No,
home, not even close, bro. You can do whatever it's like a
and you never got the threat. I'm gonna come to that school and beat you in front of all your friends.
Oh, Chad O'Shea, by the way, is the name. Somebody pulled up to it. Yes, but listen, I'd rather get beat in school by the principal all you want.
No, but I'm saying your parents come to school and beating you in front of your friends. You never got that threat.
No. My parents would never do that. They would never do that. They would wait to, they got you away from everybody, and then ba boop ba bing ba ba, and and it's the Batman scene with the bing pang boom bow boom, all that coming out. My parents never did it in front of people. That's one thing. They would look at you and go, wait till I get you home. Wait till I get you home. That kind of stuff. They didn't want to figure.
I always got the threat. It never happened though. That got me right. Because I know you would do it. So that got me right.
I don't know. The beating I got at home, especially from my mom, was way worse than anything I got in school ever, bro. Ever.
Your mom beat you worse than your dad?
Oh, my dad barely ever touched me, because I would just crap bricks with my dad. He'd just look at me, and I was like, oh my God, I'm sorry, sir. That kind of stuff. I think he hit me once or twice. I think it was my mom that did all the beating: shoes, belts, brooms, whatever she had in her hand, bro, an iron, whatever. I got hit with whatever the hell she had in her hand. Not an iron. I'm exaggerating, but brooms, belts, and shoes and chancletas. Yeah, boy. Oh, I got plenty of that. Bro. Plenty of that. Yeah. So it is what it is. So the good thing is that Mike McDaniel doesn't have to coach that way, with chancletas and shoes and brooms.
Different generation of players that would not respond to that.
Yes. I'm with you there.
They were never beat.
Did you pick up on the shot at Flo?
I picked up on he's not going to say his name.
Right. The shot at Flo. Okay.
I mean, he's just not going to say his name. So, listen, I once had a dream of getting him on I Am Athlete. I don't think that's even possible.
Oh, no shot, please. Didn't you see what he said yesterday about trust and all that? No, no, I gotta really know you. Oh, I like that. That is cool.
He is so guarded as a human being.
I told you.
Props, hey, whatever made you that way. I'm not judging. I'm just saying it's a tremendous level of guarded.
Yeah, it's Derek Jeter was like that. There's a lot of guys that are like that in this league. They're just like that, man. And that, you know what? And I don't blame them. The way the world is, it's almost like when you're a star, you're an athlete, you're an entertainer, you're a politician, you should live a different life than the rest of us, because you have to live a life where you have to almost vet anybody that comes your way, because you just don't know where they're coming from and what the agenda is, man. It's terrible to be a famous person and a rich person in today's world, because you have no idea where people are coming from, and you must be guarded at all times. The worst thing is, Omar, okay, this is the funny part. We look at the Tuas and we think, oh, they're too guarded, right? And then we go look at the young buck that is completely unguarded and is doing anything and everything and opening themselves up to all kinds of issues. You know what I mean? And so it's two extremes. So finding the middle ground is really hard. So you're almost better off going to that extreme and saying, you know what? I need to distance myself from all things. You don't get close to Marino, bro. Ever.
Yeah, no.
Never. You never get close to Marino. It was Harvey Green, 5 minutes, and it was over, bro.
Same thing with nobody wanted to get close to Chad Henne, but Ryan Tannehill was that way. But it's a different level of guarded, where this is to his teammates too, which is I found very odd.
Yeah, he's like, and there's a lot of them that are like that they just don't let anybody in. Yeah, And I kind of get it, man. Well, you have to, and think about it. You're already being scrutinized for every little thing you do. Imagine if you easily let people into your world. Then they're going to be taking shots at all kinds of silly things that you may do, which have nothing to do with football. And that's just the way this world is. So I don't blame when some of these famous people are guarded because of the world we live in now, unfortunately. That's all. I don't really blame people. But yeah, I saw when he was talking about coaches being tough on him, he completely left Flo out. And you know what came to my mind was, well, I talked about coaches that are tough on me. I'm not going to talk about a guy that was an asshole. So there's a difference between being a tough coach and being an asshole. So that's the kind of the way I read that comment right there. He didn't have to say it, but you could tell that he wants nothing to do with that guy ever again. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Did they play Pittsburgh this year? You said they did.
Preseason. Unfortunately.
Oh, preseason. Damn.
Yeah, I know.
And
they don't even practice with them for a couple days. They're the one team in the preseason that they're not practicing with.
No, I ain't practicing with Flo.
Yeah. That's funny. All right, what are you working on the Sun Sentinel? And I Am Athlete, right, tonight?
No, I did it the last 2 days. So
okay, so you're off. Good for you.
I get Friday off. Yeah. We got some stuff. They're in California right now shooting a whole bunch of I Am Athlete episodes with some dope guests. So
by the way, it's October 23rd, not the regular season. It's at Hard Rock. It's regular season, October 23rd, Pittsburgh, Miami.
What?
Is it at Hines or is it here? Oh, it's a Sunday night game? Here or there? Here. Sunday night game here. How about that? Sunday night under the lights, Flo and his defense gets fried by Tua. Ha!
I'm sorry, Dolphin fans, for not knowing your schedule.
And in fact, let me tell you, Tua in that game is going to specifically, complete lots of passes against their linebackers.
Oh, man, that's going to be fun. I'm going to make sure I'm watching that.
Isn't that your job for the Gazette?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
The good thing, about this joke, keeping it going, we've gotten people suckered completely into it, which is just absolutely awesome. It's just fantastic that they believe it. But go ahead as we have with it.
I have a column up there about Teron Armstead, about how basically he is the, he's the linchpin that makes it all work. I mean, as I said in the column I wrote many months ago and talked to you, that first wave of free agency where they added all those appetizers and side dishes, but no entree. I was just like, yo, where's my entree? Teron Armstead is the entree.
Yeah.
So we're watching practice right now without the entree, which is, it's cool. It's all right. And Tyreek Hill's a very important piece. But I would argue to you that he's not as important as Teron Armstead, because without Teron Armstead, this offense is going to be trash.
No. Yeah, amen to that. Amen to that. And let me tell you something. If Connor Williams really becomes a center, it becomes an even bigger signing than initially thought. Because if you solved your left tackle and your center, that's incredibly difficult
and your left guard spot. And your left guard spot.
Well, you have your right guard at least with Hunt. But yeah, I know the left guard and the right tackle are still,
based on what I've seen right now so far. My only concern is the right tackle and the backup left tackle. That's my only concern on the team.
Okay.
I don't even worry about center anymore. Yeah, there's some snapping issues, but he can move people, whereas Dieter cannot. And you want to move people. The whole point of this line is to actually move people.
By the way, Dieter, this might be a blessing for Dieter. He's really not a center. He wasn't drafted to be a center. He was drafted to be a guard, actually. He was drafted to be a guard. They moved him to center, but out of necessity. But really, he's naturally a guard. So maybe this might be the best Dieter you can get if he's ever going to challenge for a starting spot. It might be that he's your, challenge for a guard, and then he's your backup center in case of emergency. So you think this JC Treader thing is dead in the water now?
Done.
Okay. All right.
They're good. They've always been good. I never understood why they were good. And then when I started watching practice, I got why they were good. So I was like, okay, all right, cool. I get it now.
If that line works out, that'll be a beautiful thing. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly.
Yeah.
Catch his work there at the South Florida Sun Sentinel, as always. And you can also catch him at I Am Athlete. Not tonight on Sirius, but you can catch him there also doing his thing. Oh, as always, have a safe weekend, my friend. All right? Stay dry, bro.
Yeah, man. The hurricane coming or what? I generally...
Nah. It's going to be a tropical storm, but it'll be north of us, and we'll just get a bunch of rain, a little wind.
All right.
No big deal.
Right.
It's you know what? It's all good for the foliage. So there you go, man.
Beautiful. That's what that's why I got that weed and feed down. I did it in the rain, baby.
That's it. Saturated, baby.
I did it in the rain.
Smart move on your part.
Yeah.
All right. You be good, my friend. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you. There you go. Omar Kelly and our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor. The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Dealership in the business, baby. It is Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Come on out here, 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 in Pines. Terrific selection of new and certified pre-owned vehicles. Tell them that Big O sent you. They will take care of you, I promise you. Good stuff with Omar Kelly. Cameron Wolf will be joining us in a couple of moments. What else do we have here on the program to talk about? Tua. So, first of all, a couple things on the chat board since I haven't been able to address it for a while. One, Jose Cabrera, do you really believe that Flo took it out on Tua because he regretted picking him? Flo didn't pick Tua, bro. Not sure if you knew this, but Flo wanted Jordan Love. That's why he hated Tua, because he didn't want Tua. That's why. And then there was some idiot there that was commenting on the stuff with Reason or whatever. Like, dude, I don't need to take anybody's idea, and we don't need anybody's content. We have more than enough content, you moron. So some of you out there, you open your mouths and you just say stupid shit. And I clearly said that I could help Reason on the business side, not content. Okay? He's doing fine with content. I'm doing fine with content. It's not that. It's business. So there you go, because I want to help him as a friend, just like I would help anybody else that's in this kind of business. So there you go. So some of you out there, when you don't know something, just shut up, man. It's what you're better off doing. Because when you open it, all you do is you expose yourself how stupid and ignorant you are. And it's just really a dumbass. Let's see. Samuel Rosa says, Big O just subscribed on your Big O Cuts YouTube. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Big O Show Cuts, please. So Tua yesterday, here's another one that I love. So when we talk about tough coaching, right, and talking about Mike McDaniel. So Tua, there's two messages in this, and we're going to decipher it a little bit here. Okay? One, he's talking about Mike McDaniel, how the coach, how different he is as a coach compared to other coaches. And then the difference in how he's used to, tough coaching. All right? Go ahead, Mr. Sean Stanley.
At a high level, we got to do things at a high level. So I got to be hard on myself. Mike's a little different. Mike is always trying to encourage you and trying to keep you going. So for me, it's a little backwards, where I'm used to myself, getting hard on myself, and the coach getting hard on me too. Whereas I'm getting hard on myself, and he's trying to tell me, hey, it's gonna be okay. Like, we're only in May, we're only in June. There's a lot more time to grow, but
What's that been like?
It's been cool. It's been different. Like I said, I've never been around a coach like this, who's just extremely positive. Growing up, my dad's always been hard on me. My high school coach has been hard on me. Coach Saban's been hard on me. And all the coaches that I've had prior, they've all been hard on me. So he's hard, but he takes another alleyway, if you will, on kind of teaching and helping.
Obviously, he left Flo out, and that's because it wasn't that he coached hard. It's because he's an asshole, basically. He didn't have to say it, but I'll say it for you. Because even he says Mike McDaniel has his own way of being hard too, but he also has his way of being constantly positive. And in today's world, you probably need that kind of coach, man. That's probably the norm nowadays, is what you need. Those kind of dudes. But it shows you that, Tua didn't look Saban. It doesn't get any tougher than Saban. We've all watched Saban berate anyone and everyone on the sidelines or in practice. Players, coaches, it doesn't matter, dude. Media members, he loses it with everybody. Called me an asshole in a press conference. So it's more about being a jerk and not being a tough coach. His dad was tough. I mean, normally, for those of us out there, isn't it normal that your parents especially your dad, is usually the toughest person on you? That's how it was for me. It's always my dad was always the toughest one on me. Because that's what pushes you. That's what motivates you to be better, to not, make the same mistake twice. But it's interesting how he talks about the positive nature of Mike McDaniel, which, by the way, I think that positive nature allows players to be themselves. And if you can allow somebody to be comfortable around you, then maybe they can go out and have success. So kudos to Mike McDaniel in creating this environment. I hope it pays off for him. Look, man, I've watched all kinds of coaches here. And since Shula left, nobody's gotten it right. So I don't know what the right way is. I don't know what the wrong way is. Win. That's the only way you're going to get people to respond. Show them how to win. And that's up to Mike McDaniel now. Show them how to win. And by the way, Jose, you're fine, bro. You're good in trying to figure out the whole thing with Flo. You just got to listen to the show more. You would have already known. Most of my insults and all that were at the other idiot I was like thinking like, I need to leech off of anything. Like, if anything, if you know anything about me, I'm kind of my own man. I've always been my own man, pretty much. But whatever. So most of my vitriol was not at you, sir. It was more at the other guy. I was laughing that you thought Flo drafted him. Clearly, I could tell you have not been listening to this show for a long time. I was the only guy in the country telling you Flo never wanted him, and people didn't believe me. Let's see, what is it? Omar has never seen a really great Dolphins team, so he doesn't really know what a correct install looks like. He has covered bad teams. I mean, you can't argue with that statement. At this point, we don't even know what it looks like anymore. If you put multiple rookies on the O-line, you shouldn't raise your voice to no one. Exactly. Yeah. Ragin says, I've been watching your show since you started on YouTube. There's a lot of proof that you can help young guys get started in this biz. Kai is only one example. I know that. I mean, anybody that knows me knows that this guy's been around me for a couple of years. He knows, man. All I do is work, and I'm not malicious with anybody. I try to help anybody and everybody that I can. I'm the guy that tries to spread good karma because I'm a believer in that. I'm a believer that if you spread good karma, it comes back to you. I'm a believer that if you're constantly spreading bad karma, that's exactly what's going to come back to you, man. Life is tough enough as it is. Don't make it harder on yourself that way. So, yeah, plenty of proof there, and thank you. Appreciate you, Raging. Let's see. Eric Simon says, thanks for the great show. Keep it up. Everyone hit the like button. All right. Cam there yet? Not yet? I'll give him a heads up just in case, because, knowing Cam, boy, these bots they are all over, bro. They are all over. What else do we have here? Also on the idea. Oh, yes. The other thing I like, I don't know if I know you're doing that. I want to play the Tua cut on him being himself. And I think that that's actually really, really cool. One of the things that, again, we've talked about this already on the show a couple times. There's no right way or wrong way to be a coach. There's all kinds of coaches. Lenny Wilkins didn't move around, didn't say much, and he was a great coach. You know what I mean? Chuck Daly had his slight intense moments, looking sharp on the sidelines. Spo does it one way, right? Everybody does it a different way. Some guys are really, crazy on the sidelines, and some guys are not. There's no right way or wrong way. But there is one way of succeeding, and that's communicating with your team. Here's Tua talking about being himself.
Well, I would say I've shown glimpses of coming out my shell with Coach, but yeah, I can be myself. That's all I can say.
Listen, when it comes to all of this, that's where the cut ends, right? And so what I like about this is how you're going to allow Teron Armstead to succeed. You're not going to tell him, no, you can't do the rap on the side. No. You like rapping? That's your hobby? That's great, man. Is that a profession you're working on after? Great. Do your thing, man. I don't mind. Tom Brady won a championship in Tampa not being a Patriot, right? There's no right way or wrong way. So Bruce Arians allowed him to have his personality. Belichick did not. Both had success. Both can succeed. But in today's environment, I don't care if you're Larry Schlossberg here. I don't care if you're Eric Colon running, EJD Construction. I don't care if you're running Sports Grill, okay, or you're running a football team or a basketball team or anything. You've got to connect with people. That's how you're going to get the best out of them. And Mike McDaniel has done a great job of communicating, and he takes the time to communicate. You know, Mario Cristobal does that too. Now, two different guys, right? Mario Cristobal is constantly communicating with his people, players, coaches, recruits, all of that. His energy, his vibe is always coming out. His intensity is always coming out. Now, he's a different coach than Coach McDaniel, but he's the same coach because he knows how to communicate with people and talk with them and BS with them. And he probably communicates with the kids at their level. We don't get to see it because Mario gives you a corporate feel in the public eye, that he's serious, that he's intense, that he's a tireless worker, all that stuff. But he's guarded. He's not going to let any of us in that world. He'll go to his coaches and his players, and he'll open up with them, and they'll open up with him. And that'll give him an opportunity to maximize. I'm sure Larry Schlossberg has to communicate with his team here to get the most out of him. And I think that Mike McDaniel, by doing what he's doing and allowing Tua to grow into it and be himself, I think it's positive for Tyreek Hill. I think it's positive for Teron Armstead. I think it's positive for Tua. I think it's positive for every single player that's on that roster. Because if the coach allows them to be themselves, the coach will have probably the opportunity to get the max out of that person. You know, listen, somebody in your office can't work 5 days a week, but they're willing to work 4 and 2 hours longer every single day to kind of make up for it. But they're a great employee. So what do? Do you piss off the employee and say, no, you got to be here 5 days a week? So now you're a D-bag. The person has to now sacrifice on their end. You've made it uncomfortable. They need the job, so they're working for you, but they're not working happily. But then you adjust and say, you know what, man? You're a great employee, and I really appreciate you. And you know what? I have no problem with you coming in early and leaving an hour later and making up for it throughout the week because you're incredibly productive, and you're going to use that time to be just as productive. Let's do it. Now you got a happy employee. That's part of the world now. A lot of employers have to do that. You got to adjust. A lot of people, they care about what they're doing now. They want their work not to be their life. And so that's the choices that they're making. And you better adjust in order for you to maximize some of your employees. And I think that that's what Mike McDaniel is giving himself a chance to maximize the talent from his team. Not just Tua, but everybody else that is allowed to be themselves. And there's nothing wrong with allowing your employees to be themselves as long as it's something that is not disruptive. You don't want them to be themselves and you're Antonio Brown and you're on Facebook Live showing naked football players all over the place. No. We want you to be yourself, but we want you to be yourself and be disruptive. Okay? It's kind of the fine line you got to walk as the CEO, head coach, whatever, or the employer, player, or whatever you are. All right, Cameron Wolf is set. The Wolf Pack. We're going to unleash the Wolf Pack now.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
All righty, the man is ready. Before I go to Cam, DMB Entertainment is celebrating his 27th birthday. Happy birthday, DMB Entertainment, my man. Enjoy your 27th birthday and be safe this weekend out there. I don't know if you're in the South Florida area, but be safe. with all that rain. All right, Wolfman, how you doing, baby? You doing good?
I'm good, man. Spent the morning trying to get all the stuff out of my house into a shed before the storm comes, prepping for this. I'm in a house for the first time, and so I got an important question for you as a South Florida native. Is this type storm one that you feel you need to put shutters up for? No? Okay.
No.
Cool, because I did not make the decision.
I don't even think you need to bring in your patio furniture, bro.
Got you.
Really, it's not.
No, it's my first. It's my first time.
This
before
was
I lived in a condo.
rain. Yeah.
Huh?
This one's more rain than wind or anything.
Gotcha.
So
Okay. All right. Now I've got the confirmation. I told my wife that was a decision we made, and we're gonna live with it. So now I feel better about it.
Yeah. This isn't the kind of storm that we got to get really nervous about. Thank the Lord.
This is the first full season that I'll have where I'm not in a condo. I'm in a house. And so I've got different questions to answer.
Yeah. Hell, I had a guy. You could tell we're South Florida. There's a guy pressure cleaning my my roof of my house now.
Oh, really?
It's actually a good day to do it, in a way, because it'll help wash out all that stuff too at the same time. But yeah, it's crazy because they're going to start painting next week. Thank God.
Right.
All right, so. You were around the guys. Obviously, I saw a lot of your social media posts and your hits on NFL Network and all that good stuff. I was just talking about this, and anybody that thinks there's a right way or a wrong way to be a coach or a CEO or a store manager, you're wrong. To me, it's all about communicating with people, and I think McDaniel has done a great job. When you heard Tua yesterday talking about opening up, and plus he opens up to you, which is something that you normally don't get from Tua. I think this is good for Tyreek Hill. I think this is good for Teron Armstead. I think this is good for Jerome Baker and X-Men and Byron Jones and everybody out there. I think you have a better opportunity if your boss communicates with you and connects with you in one way or another. Because you will be a better employee for your boss when you do that. And I think that's what Mike McDaniel, I don't know whether it works or not, whether he knows what he's doing or not as a head coach, we'll find out. But where I do agree with him is that I think that what the approach he's taking in getting to know his players and communicating and connecting with them, it gives him the best chance to get the max out of them. Agree or disagree?
So it's interesting to me, kind of seeing the contrast between Brian Flores and Mike McDaniel. And like you mentioned, they haven't played any games yet. So, for all we know, they can go 2-15 this year, and we all complain about Mike McDaniel's style by the end of the year. Right. But I will say, there's a new era of players coming in here. And I do think that listening to players talk about Mike McDaniel, he's a little bit more representative of the coach that the new eras of players appreciate because he meets them at their level. What other coach is walking around with Yeezys? What other coach, from a football perspective, allows guys like Teron Armstead, Xavier Howard, Emmanuel Ogbah to an extent, some of these guys who got new contracts to essentially take it easy in this stage of the offseason. A lot of coaches would be like, nah, we just paid you. You better be out there every single day, taking these April reps, these May reps, and doing it. And for him, I think he just realizes, what value are we going to get out of Teron Armstead putting extra miles on his knees during May and June practices? So I do think there's value in that. And I do think it was interesting because I know we're going to talk a lot about Tua because he had a big day on the field and off and with the front of the mic yesterday. But I did think it was interesting for him to talk about how he was really the first coach who was extremely positive for him that he's had in his career. And so everybody's going to make the flow comparison back and forth. But for me, just thinking about it in that mindset, I know for me, even growing up playing sports, most of my coaches were hard asses. They were like, hey, this is the way you got to do things. Run up the hill. We're going to run you to death. This is how it is. And so my mindset of a coach is more of what Tua's experienced. And so these new age coaches come in and we don't know if it'll be good or not, but I think it brings a different breath of energy here. And I think people walk around the building differently with a different level of excitement, different level of fun. And so I think that's my overall view of things in June, that, hey, Mike McDaniel's brought in more of a releasing free element among the players rather than sort of a dictator type style.
I don't think LaFleur or Sean McVay are or the guy in Arizona,
Kingsbury. Yeah.
I don't think those guys are mother effing anybody on the field.
Right.
I don't know. They're I think they're kind of like he is in a way. They're kind of those kind of cerebral, try to be cool type coaches. You know what I mean? I think they try to reach players by showing them that this works. And you know how it is. You've been around players. We were just talking about this with Omar. The reason why Belichick can be a dick, it's because it works.
Right. You got to win. You got to win first.
Right. If it didn't work, then you can't get away with it. They may hate playing for you, but because it works, they will tolerate it. You know what I mean?
Right.
They would probably rather work with Sean McVay, who's Mr., hyper, pump up, positive all the time, energy, doesn't forget a damn thing ever, can remember everything. And they vibe with a guy like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's a different, now he's winning. So what he's selling works. And in the end, that's what I think McDaniel's giving himself a chance.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, football is an interesting element because we grow up as a kid's game. Like, I started playing football when I was 7 or 8, and a lot of these players did too earlier. And so you grow up of fun football, kids game, and then when you get here, everything becomes toughness, macho, seriousness, discipline, all these elements, and it becomes really focused on that. And yes, you have to be disciplined to win. Yes, you have to be tough. But a lot of these things are inherent in people. You're either going to be tough or you're not. Like, I'm not going to teach you how to be tough. So for me, I don't need my coach to preach toughness. Now, discipline is one thing that's different. You do need to teach discipline. But I do think there's like a fresh air and these new eras of coaches like Mike McDaniel. And he intrigues me more than some of these other coaches because, like I've mentioned to somebody on the field, you're not going to know Mike McDaniel by looking at him as the head coach at all. Like, he does not look like a head coach size-wise or demeanor-wise. Like, so as far as like standing in front of the team, what you ideally see as a head coach, that it's hard to see that with Mike McDaniel. But if he can create the atmosphere that I hear players say he's already created, then you can change the mindset of what a coach is supposed to look like and what a coach is supposed to do. And to me, I think that's a positive in this new era. I want us to change the sort of quote unquote criteria or box of what a coach is supposed to look like. And so, I think all of that are positives you can take out of it. Now, like everything, if they start off 2-4, I can already see the columns. Coach McDaniel's more worried about fashion than than coaching the football team. So there's pros and cons here. But if he wins, then why not have your players enjoy the experience and enjoy the community and enjoy being themselves while you win?
I was talking with Omar, and he was really critical of the offense yesterday. And he said outside of a couple passes and what he's seen at times, he thinks it's been unacceptable. But to me, like I'm reading an article this morning, Deshaun Watson threw a couple pick sixes and all that, and it's almost like at that moment, it's a good moment to pile on because his off the field stuff is building. So all of a sudden now, Deshaun Watson forgot how to play football because he had a bad day. Like, we all have bad days. Deshaun Watson's in a new offense with new players. The entire Dolphin offense is in a new offense. Everybody's learning, and we're ultra critical or over excited. Last week when he had a couple good passes, I didn't get excited. The only thing I said is, those of you that got off the bandwagon, you're not getting back on again when we're running, and it's rolling. Okay, that's all I said. Because May and June football, to be dissecting May and June football, is absolutely insanity, my brother.
It's crazy. You know my stance, Big O. I am not breaking down. You're not going to get a practice report out of me in May or June. This is not reality. I was doing a Twitter.
I was telling Omar, you're not hitting. We don't even know who the linemen are. I haven't seen Alex Ingold pick up the middle linebacker on a blitz, which then buys to another half a second to make probably the throw that you needed to make. I haven't seen those kind of things. Could you wait? Could we relax a little bit?
So yeah, I do not try to kill players or anoint players based off what they do in May and June. I think that's ridiculous. I think I mentioned this to you before, but I did a Twitter Spaces last night. Once again, somebody was commenting about, hey, which undrafted free agent do you think has made the biggest jump to make the team? I'm like, dude, it is June. I barely know all the dudes on the roster name. Like, I'm looking down here on a sheet. Who is this 59 dude who just made it? I don't know. This is June.
They're shorts.
I'm looking for highlights. I'm looking for big picture things. And then I'm trying to go home so that I can chill. So this is June. That's the way I view it. But I will say, like, looking at it on a bigger macro view, the defense is definitely ahead of the offense. And so I don't think that's a huge surprise, but like just kind of the view overall, I think that there have been times where the offense has struggled, to a pretty good extent. Like Wednesday's practice was a very rough day for the offense. Like if you were just judging it for a day, for me, I do not overreact. It's a June practice where some people may say, hey, this is a reason to panic. For me, it's not. But if you want an overall view, like an honest view, yeah, the defense has definitely been ahead of the offense. I am a little concerned with the offensive line. But like you said, we're not in pads yet. Teron Armstead hasn't been practicing, so you haven't seen your left tackle out there. We saw a little bit of the news yesterday that we put out there that Connor Williams said that he's likely to play center. I'm a little concerned about signing a player and then moving them to a different position, but I also have not seen it work. And so I'm of the opinion I give it a chance in training camp. I give the coaches a chance to do what their vision is. And if it's struggling in August, then my concern rises and I start talking about it on TV. But I know the platform I have on TV. And so if I start talking about this struggles in June, it's going to blow up. And I don't feed into that.
And by the way, he's supposed to have snapping issues.
Right. Yep.
He wasn't playing center.
Yep.
So that's why we're in May and June, bro, to kind of, get all this out of here and see if he can do it or not. And I'm sure this experiment also is for them to say, are we sure or do we go JC Treader? Because Omar thinks that's dead. I'm not sure yet. I'm not ready to say that Connor is going to be the center. I
don't think JC Treader is going to be a Dolphins center.
No?
But nonetheless, like I said, I think you hit on the money there. You know what you have in Michael Dieter. So for whatever reason, the Connor Williams experience doesn't work in center, then you can obviously move him back to left guard, a position he's played. So if I had one area I probably had the most concern out of going into the summer, it would be the O-line still. But again, it's June. It's June. Like,
who the hell thinks the line was supposed to be solved in June, right?
Yes,
exactly.
yes,
That's my point. All I know is Connor Williams and Teron Armstead are and Robert Hunt are for sure starters.
Yep.
Whether it's Connor at center or left guard, I don't care.
Right.
But I know that there are still two spots that are shady, and we have like 5-6 guys that are battling for that spot. So can we wait for the damn training camp? Can we wait for the practices and the preseason games?
We need content, Big O. You know how this works.
I know,
content but it drives the summer. They got to talk about something on these June shows.
I get it, but it's ridiculous content now. It gets to a point now. So now in Cleveland, one of our guys that's watching on the show earlier, he lives in Cleveland. He goes, they're freaking out on radio about Deshaun's practice. And it's like, seriously, dude? Did you not watch him at Clemson? Did you not watch him at Houston? Yeah. What do you think? He forgot to play. It's freaking June, bro. Relax.
Yeah.
Let him throw a couple of interceptions. He's got new players and a new scheme. It's like it's too much dissecting for nothing right now. And that I get the content, but let's talk about the mental approach that McDaniel has with his players. The fact that Tua is opening up, does this help him as a player? That's the kind of content I would like to talk to you about. Like, okay, so does an open Tua, a more comfortable Tua, does he have a better chance to succeed with McDaniel than one that is battered and badgered and shut down by and not believed in by Flo. That's the kind of content that I want to talk about, because you had a player that was basically being told by the head coach, I don't want you. I don't believe in you. In fact, Jabroni Brissett is going to start over you, even though I know you can play. You go play golf. I'm going to use Jabroni. Okay, so the mental state that he was in last year or the mental state he's in now, that's legitimate content that you and I can talk about. But to be judging every day, last week when he had the long passes that were good, I didn't say a damn thing about it. I didn't care about it.
Right.
The only thing I said is that I want to have fun. Is those of you off the Tua bandwagon, you ain't getting back on. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'm saying. Omar Kelly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Alan Pupar. Okay.
Yeah.
Shad.
By the way, for Cleveland fans, I would be far more concerned about Watson's growing lawsuits than the interceptions.
Exactly.
That's just my view. That's just my view.
That's the content.
But yeah, like, to be honest, as far as the Tua workout, like, the offense is still not like full in steam. Like, even yesterday's practice, they weren't like on the money, but he did have those two deep balls. But beyond just the deep balls, because like I've said this on TV and I've said this to this show. Like, I think I mentioned this on TV last week and maybe on the show, but players were asking me like, hey, where did the narrative come from that Tua couldn't throw the deep ball? Like, we see him throw 50, 55, sometimes a 60-yard pass in practice, and they're good passes. And so we know he has the ability to throw it. And so we just think it's maybe a scheme thing. We think it's a better offensive line thing. These are some of the things that Mike McDaniel actually referenced yesterday as well, talking about the practical element of throwing the ball 55 yards compared to 85 yards. Like, yes, Tua cannot throw it as far as Justin Herbert or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. He won't ever be able to throw it that far, I don't think. But when in a game do you have to unleash an 80-yard pass?
By the way, Montana could never do that either, and he's better than all the guys you just mentioned.
And so for me, like, even beyond like the show people he could throw the deep ball thing, it's what you mentioned earlier. It's the openness of Tua. Like, I've covered this guy for a little over 2 years, and I feel like I know about him a lot, but I don't feel like I know him super well because, as he said yesterday, he is guarded by nature. And so to hear him kind of throw a little spicy swag around, talk a little trash. Like, I know people close to him, and I know him to an extent, and they say, hey, this is how he is around his people. He'll be like hanging out with the boys and he'll be talking trash. He'll talk to some, and like, we don't really see that version of him because he's, trying to be a certain vision. And so for me, even beyond seeing him throw a 50-yard pass, Tyreek Hill, it was seeing him be himself and feeling comfortable enough, whether that was Mike McDaniel, like he said, or whether it was just to shut up the Twitter warriors, whatever his priority was there, just to kind of see him be himself and kind of talk a little trash, kind of say, hey, did you see that? Like, seeing that, to me, that if you have a more comfortable Tua, a more open Tua, that to me translates on the field. And so we won't see truly until September. Like, everybody's going to still have those same questions. If you doubt Tua, you're going to have the same questions in August. Can he maximize Tyreek Hill? Can he maximize Jalen Waddle? Can he throw the deep ball? You're going to have the same questions. Him doing that in practice, him saying that does not change your view. But for me, what does change is I see a guy that's willing to bite back a little bit, willing to feel himself, willing to grab his nuts a little bit and say, hey, I'm the shit. I'm the shit. And I know it. And so I think every quarterback, even if you're a little bit of an internal guarded person by nature, has to have a little bit of like that FU, that FU mentality in him.
Yes,
and so I saw a little bit out of him for it, and I was like, okay, hell yeah, let's see more of that. So that's just my personal view, and to me, that was a bigger takeaway than seeing him complete a pass to Tyreek Hill in June.
Yeah, dude, you don't come off the bench in the key moment in Alabama and win the national championship if you don't have swag, if you don't have the edge, if you don't believe in yourself. You don't do the things he does. Just simply, I don't think, I know I'm in the minority in this. I think he was phenomenal his rookie year because you bust up your hip in late November. You're ready to play in September with a team that's really not that good, with reps that you never took throughout the offseason because you weren't the number one guy, and you were rehabbing most of the offseason, not playing football, and yet you still threw more touchdowns and interceptions. You won more than you lost under not great conditions and not a great coaching staff. Like, what more do you want from that young man? You know what I mean? When he's coming back from a brutal hip injury. And I think now, 2 years later, you're finally going to see the guy that is healthy, that is now confident, and is also now supported, which was the other thing he didn't have for 2 years. That, to me, that's the problem I have with all of this. There's been so much over-analyzing and not enough common sense and not enough credit for what he's been able to overcome, considering how bad of a situation it's been physically and then obviously football-wise. And then we throw in last year, he's playing with broken ribs. He's playing with a fractured finger on his throwing hand. And you want him to maximize his body. How do you do that? You're not 100% yet, probably. Now you probably are with the hip. Now you are with the ribs. And now you are with the finger. So last year, you're still playing with debilitating physical traits. Your line can't block. You had the worst pass block rate in the NFL, yet you were one of the least sacked quarterbacks. Doesn't that register to you? When guys are constantly pressured and they don't have a block, they don't have a blocking scheme, and they don't have a running game, what they usually do is throw a shit ton of interceptions and look absolutely completely lost. That wasn't him. He made plays in chaos. He found opportunities to do things. And I don't think people give him enough credit for what he's been able to overcome with all the limitations around him. That's why I'm excited this year, because if McDaniel can free the football limitations, he already has freed the mental limitations. If he frees that, I think the kid's going to be a star, man. I really do.
Yeah, I think Tua will be fine. That's been my view. But I do think there will be a onus of pressure on him. I don't absolve him for his first 2 years. Like, I think we're a little different. Like, I think we both think that Tua is kind of headed on a path where he can prove it this year, and I think he'll do it. You think he'll do it, but I do think that I give him a good bit of blame for the last couple of years, even though the surrounding system wasn't what it needed to be. I'm of the belief that your quarterback is your quarterback. So he knows he has to take a lot of that blame. And so I don't think that he was great. I think that he was probably somewhere around the average range, but I don't think he was bad. And I think that he has to take that next step to be good to great. And that comes, now with your weapons. And so I think we talked about it earlier this offseason. He views it as an opportunity instead of pressure. But there is an onus on him. Like,
for sure.
They're like, although I think it's overblown, a lot of the people who are doubting him, there is some validity in why they're doubting him. The questions are there of, can he lead the team and lead them to wins because of him and not just with him? And so right now, I think you can win with Tua, but can you win because of him? And I don't think you need to have a 70-yard arm to win because of a quarterback. No. You just have to prove consistently in the fourth quarter, if the ball's in Tua's hands, I have confidence that he's going to be able to lead us down the field and get us a score. And so that's what I really want to see Tua do this year, that, hey, there's going to be at least a few games this year where whether it's because the defense gives up a score, or whether it's the offense just needs to beat a really good team, he's going to get the ball with 2 or 3 minutes left on his own zone, 20, 25-yard line. Can you lead him down for a touchdown to win? That's what I think is going to define Tua this year.
All right, let's wrap it up with this. His comments when he was talking about how positive McDaniel is, and then he's never had a coach like that, and he's used to having a whole bunch of tough coaches on him, and he started to reel off the coaches, and he stopped at Saban. He did not mention the next dude.
Yeah.
And to me, not that he said it, but I almost took it like, yeah, all these guys were tough on me. I didn't mention Flo because he's an a-hole. It wasn't that he was tough on me. He was just a jerk with me. I almost kind of read into that. He didn't have to say it, but it was just one of those that he sent many messages yesterday. Some were kind of obvious, and maybe some had we're a little incognito.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever gonna hear Tua say Brian Flores' name in the
Ever.
media again. Like even when I asked him earlier this offseason, I think in April, about what he reviewed about their relationship. Remember that? And he essentially was like, tough question. What can I say? I'm glad that he drafted me. And that was kind of his viewpoint. And he didn't even say his name then. He just said he. So I think that,
And he did, and by the way, he didn't draft him, so it doesn't really matter. Also,
and so we're gonna talk. Like, it's interesting because they play the Steelers this year on Sunday Night Football, and so you're gonna see that matchup, and I'm sure there's gonna be a ton of conversations about that. We're gonna ask both parties about it, and I already know Tua and the Dolphins are gonna prep their answers so that they don't say anything highlight worthy there. But clearly that relationship did not go well. Go ahead.
No prediction.
Yeah,
he's gonna complete a lot of passes to the middle of the field where linebackers are covering.
Exposing the linebackers. Who's the linebackers coach there? Oh, who's the linebackers coach?
I know he won't say it, but I'll say it, Brian Flores.
But yeah, I'm excited for that matchup. I think it'll be fun. I don't think, knowing both of those dudes, I don't think Flo is going to say anything. I don't think Tua is going to say anything, but I do think there obviously is some tension there, at least from Tua's side. We saw Flo doesn't feel like there's any tension, but Tua definitely does by his answers. And
I bet Flo doesn't even talk that week.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's a linebackers coach, so he doesn't have to talk to the media, but I think once a month. So I'm sure the Steelers will make it so that once a month isn't that week.
No, plus he knows what's coming, so he's not going to want to deal with that stuff. He's going to want to move on. He's not going to want to be a distraction to Tomlin. Also, he's not going to do that either to him because Tomlin gave him this break. So yeah, there's no way you won't hear from Flo that week. Tua will have no choice because he's going to come to the podium and somebody's going to ask him about that.
Yeah, I think it's a question worth asking too. I mean, I think it's worth asking. We're not going to ask them all through the year, but I think it's worth asking that week given the circumstances. So, I think this is going to be fun. Like I do get a little tired of all the black and white conversation on Tua. Like I know that's how sports media talk is, but I'm one of the guys who I'm maybe like a dark gray on Tua, but I'm still in the gray. I want to see him prove it consistently. But I do think that I do have belief that he will. And so I'm not going to be a hot take artist one way or the other, but I do think I can't wait till September because we're finally going to start to get an answer to what's been the question here for the last 2 or 3 years. So I'm glad that he's starting to get his swag and showing us the swag. And, now we can see it on the field. I will tell you, man, Tyreek Hill is going to make a huge difference for this team. Every time I watch practice, it's even more than I thought it was going to be. Like I've watched this kid, or not kid, he's older than me, but I watched this guy play on TV and in person, and I've seen it, but just seeing him on the practice field, like Jalen Waddle's a really good player. Tyreek Hill is faster than him. Like we talked about racing, Tyreek Hill would win that race. Just watching him run off, there's a different level of speed. And so I'm eager to see how they utilize him. All the players rave about Mike McDaniel being this genius. And so we've only seen bits and pieces of the offense. I'm eager to see how it all comes together. And
he'll open it up for all these other guys, man. Waddle and Gesicki and Said and the running game. They're gonna love having Tyreek Hill out there, man, because it's gonna suck up 2 people.
Right.
Whether you like it or not, there's no corner that's just, you stay with Tyreek.
Right.
And really, coach?
Yep.
Like, really? Like, what? What are you doing? What are you, Brian Flores? You expect me to cover that guy? Come on,
But I'm gonna give you a prediction here before I go. I already know that if Tua has a really good start to the year, first month or 2 in the season, the narrative is going to be that any quarterback could do it with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle at receiver. So I already expect it, but I just think that is something to remember now that the narrative's this about Tua, that if for some reason he does look as great as you think he's going to look, Big O, and kind of prove himself to kind of take that next step, that it's going to be interesting to see how the narrative changes.
I'm ready. I'm ready. That's all right. And Marino won big with the Marx brothers.
Right. Right. So
I get it. And when he didn't have the Marx Brothers, he probably didn't have the same kind of success. Yeah, I get it, dude. I get it. And when Joe Montana didn't have Rice and Taylor, yeah, he probably didn't have the same kind of success.
Right.
I wonder, huh? Yeah,
Right.
I know.
Right.
I get it,
Hey,
dude.
great players make other players better. Who would have thought it?
Yes. The Steelers won 4 titles because they were freaking loaded.
Right.
And when Bradshaw dropped back, it was Stallworth and Swan and Franco Harris and Rocky Blyer. I mean, we could just go through time.
Right.
You know, the greatest show on turf is the greatest show on turf, not just because of Kurt Warner, because Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce and Oz Hakim and some guy named Marshall Falk or something like that.
Right.
I mean, you know, give me a break. Marshall Falk was Tyreek Hill as a running back.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's Tyreek Hill as a running back.
Yep.
His name is Marshall Falk.
Yep. Greatest show on
For
turf.
you youngins out there, if you want to see Tyreek Hill as a running back, his name is Marshall Falk. Go look at that. And Kurt Warner's still a deadly-ass quarterback.
Yep.
The accuracy. And that's all Tua has to do. Go be accurate, make plays in key moments, get it to your stars, and you'll eventually get the credit that you deserve.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
right. And stay healthy. Stay healthy.
Right. Yes.
Stay healthy
yes.
and be consistent. He's shown glimpses. He's come back from behind a couple times last year. He's shown us glimpses of being able to win. He has to consistently do it and stay healthy for a 16, 17 game period. Take this team to the playoffs. And ideally, no promises, but ideally, the questions start to end about, is he the guy?
Well, home rookie Storm Chaser, have a great weekend. Stay safe, stay dry. We will catch up next week, my friend. I appreciate you.
All right, appreciate you.
You got it. There he is. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. Catch his work at the NFL Network doing his thing. That is the Wolf Pack.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All righty, and don't forget, listen, all that rain out there, a little Nature B, a little extra protection, boost that immune system. I've been telling you about Nature B for 20 years now. Use my code BIG-O so you can get free shipping on your plant pollen, grown in clean, green New Zealand by Mother Nature, not made in lab coats, you know, it's in a lab with some dudes with lab coats. No. All right, this is all natural. It's great for the kids. It's great for adults. I've been taking it for 20 years. My daughter's been taking it forever. It is great for everybody, boosting that immune system. Even if you have the vaccine, even if you've been boosted, and so have I still take my Nature B to protect myself, and also gives you extra energy throughout the day. So when 2, 3, 4 o'clock rolls around and you're running out of gas, you know how you end up falling asleep while you're driving home. Sometimes you're stuck around. You're like, oh wow. Get a little Nature B to power you through. 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 minerals, and powerful antioxidants. Energy. Boost that immune system. Helps the digestion. Your nails, I had to cut my nails actually this morning. Your nails will grow faster and stronger. The ladies will love that. Your hair will grow faster also. Just 2 golden capsules every day. Go to natureb.com and use my code BIG-O so you can get free shipping on your plant pollen. There you go, natureb.com. We thank Cameron Wolf there, as always. Good stuff. Tua was also talking about his music. You know how you have music selections. And so those that have good practices get to control the music. So Tua was controlling the music for practice one day, and they asked him about his music selection. Can we play that cut, Sean? Because I thought this was kind of a funny / interesting cut, and I'm going to address some of you folks out there on this one. Go ahead, do it.
Flavors. I brought some Hawaiian music. I brought some Isley Brothers. I brought some. Let's see. because I had Return of the Mac. Who sings that again?
We don't know. Overheads.
If you guys say the name, I promise you I'll. Oh yes. Heck yeah! All right, so we got it right there. We also had some Casey and the Sunshine Band. No, sorry. Hey, Kodak.
Old soul.
But we did have some Bee Gees. We had some Shaggy. We had some Shaggy. We had some country. But yeah, I would say I love the flavor, the palette of music that I hold.
He has an old soul, right? That's an old soul, man. Bee Gees, Isley Brothers, this soul heart of mine been broke 1,000 times. I mean, come on. Who doesn't love the Isley? Well, you youngins. Like some of you young folks out there, were you able to relate to some of his music choices there? Oh, man. I thought that was actually funny. And for a guy like that, you could tell that I guess his parents had a little bit of an influence or somebody older, because, when you start including a little Isley Brothers and little Bee Gees in there, that's, although Bee Gees and a football field, that's the other thing I was thinking of. What are you playing on a football field from the Bee Gees? Staying Alive? I'm trying to think, what is the right song to pick to play on a football field from the Bee Gees? All right? You're not going to play Woman in Love. You're not going to play Guilty. You're not going to play. I'm trying to think of some of these songs, and I'm trying to think of maybe something that is a little more dramatic from the Bee Gees. But it's like the Bee Gees. That's interesting. The Isley Brothers, okay, that grooves, but the Bee Gees with that high falsetto pitch. What's that? You'd win again? Okay, More Than a Woman. How deep is your love? How deep is your... Yeah, man. So you gotta pick something from the Bee Gees that's a little bit more, up, kind of. It's gotta have some sizzle. The Bee Gees. I love it. What an old soul, man. That is freaking awesome. I love it. All right. By the way, the Welt Rheaume text line 855-912-1056. That is a 24-hour talk show whenever you're listening to the podcast, day or night. Watching here. Great way to react. I always check it out. I respond sometimes. Ooh, Night Fever. Night Fever is not bad. That one's not bad. That one kind of goes with the little football. Jive talking, telling no lies. I like that. Actually, Jive talking might be the better one. That actually might go with a little football. I wonder when young people listen to Jive talking, what goes through their mind. I would love to see the faces of those football players when they hear Jive talking. Jive talking. Tragedy. Yeah. I mean, that would have been a good song when Flo was around, because it's a tragedy to have that guy around. That's for sure. But Tragedy does have it has drama to it, and it builds up that organ kind of builds up. Yes, I like that. Footsteps in Dark, one of my favorites in the Isley Brothers. Yes. Oh, my college students love old music. Skynyrd, Beach Boys, Kansas, Beatles, even Sinatra. The smart ones. My daughter's an old soul. She likes a lot of the old music. I got her early with the music and said, no, kid, you got to listen to this, listen to this, listen to this. She listens to me most of the time. Although I haven't gotten the girl to get into metal. I think I've told you, if you followed me for years, I've told you, I just can't get her into metal. That's the only thing. Big O, do you think Tua will have the leeway to call audibles this year. Oh, yeah. I think he'll be able to change up plays at the line as the year goes on. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Perfect Q says, well, Watson continues to have things surface. Can we give Greer and Ross a little credit now for doing their due diligence with Watson? Or maybe they did due diligence of just getting rid of Flo already so he'd stop creating the hell that he was creating in that building. You got something to play? What do you got? What do you got to play? Watson's lawyer. What do we got here? Oh, wait a minute. We got some news here? Is this Rusty Harden or something? He was on a show? Okay. Rusty Harden, lawyer for Deshaun Watson on a radio show, I guess. Let's see what he had to say. I've been ready.
I don't know how many men are out there now that have had a massage that perhaps occasionally there was a happy ending. All right? Maybe there's nobody in your listening audience that ever happened to. I do want to point out, if it has happened, it's not a crime. Okay? Unless you are paying somebody extra or so to give you some type of sexual activity, it's not a crime. And so at the end of the day, that's another thing that would affect conduct. Doing something or saying something or being a way that makes you uncomfortable is not a crime. And so we've had 2 grand juries find that, and nobody seems to want to listen.
Well, I mean, I get what he's saying, that, you know, somebody could be massaging you and that may give you some kind of arousal from it. But, you know, Nia Smith's claims were more like he was demanding to go into certain areas. Excavate. Dig deep. Okay? You know what I'm saying? So, they, you know, according to Nia Smith, Deshaun Watson wanted to make her a minor. I'm just saying. So that's a whole different ballgame. Big O, Peter says, I can imagine you and Tua talking a little old school songs on your show. I'd love to see that. That would be cool. I'd love to bring Tua on. We just talk music. I don't care about football. Have some fun. That would be awesome. That would be cool. That I could get him to open up about music. That'll be, you know, kind of entertaining to see what he's all about. Well, Watson continues to have things surface. Yes, it does. Oh, do you think Amber Heard's lawyer and Deshaun Watson's lawyer, entertainment? Yeah. I've already tweeted a Big O. Any obituary listeners, they will be playing at Piper's Pub in Pompano, June 10th. I believe you can get tickets online. Any obituary listeners? I don't know obituary. I don't know. You know anything about obituary? I just don't want to be a part of an obituary. At least not for 40 years. Can you hold off? I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt the big man upstairs is going to say, yeah, oh, you're going to last to 95. 85? It's just a blessing to wake up any damn day that you do, bro. Josh Tito, by the way, thank you for the love on the super chat. I did not mention it earlier. He says, Big O, did you see Ryan Clark's latest take on Tua's arm? No, I did not. You do? For real? Sean Stanley has it. Okay. That's producing right there, bro. Okay. I have not heard it, so I guess we will hear it. Okay. And go ahead. You tell me. Fire off whenever you want. I'd love to hear what he's got to say about his arm.
Listen, I have a quarterback alter ego. I train NFL DBs in the offseason, and my quarterback alter ego, his name is Roussel Lamar Newton Mahomes III. Right? That's like a lot of the black quarterbacks just mixed into one, and that's who I am, but I'm also French. right? And when I'm throwing the footballs to these guys, when there's no pressure, when there's nobody out there, I can actually throw a football pretty well too. So Tua Tagovailoa telling me he threw a money pass to Tyreek Hill in OTAs actually means nothing to me. And I don't think that we look at him being the 5th overall draft pick and say to ourselves, we don't believe he could throw a deep ball. What we haven't seen is him throw the football consistently down the football field under pressure at a successful rate that can allow a team to be explosive offensively. So no one's doubting Tua's arm strength. We aren't treating him like Mac Jones. What we're saying is we want to see it consistently on the field, especially with some of these explosive athletes that they have. You ain't got to be Josh Allen. You ain't got to be Patrick Mahomes. You don't have to be Aaron Rodgers, but you do have to find a way to push the football down the field in Mike McDaniel's new offense. So Tua, he can come out and talk about Twitter warriors. He can talk about keyboard warriors. What he need to think about is the warriors that's going to be chasing him on the field and covering people on the outside and making plays when it really count and not telling us look at money throws at OTAs because Roussel Lamar can also make money throws with no pressure.
All right, so I like all of that. There's only one issue with all of that. How can you throw consistently deep downfield when you have no pocket, when you have no time? You can't when you have no running game. So, see, that's my problem with even the criticism. The criticism doesn't bring the facts. And they're not excuses because that's the problem with people like that. They then twist it and make it sound like an excuse. And I think we had that conversation yesterday or the day before that it's not excuses, they are facts. The fact is the kid can't stand back there and wait for a play to develop. Hopefully this is the year he can stand back there and wait for a play to develop downfield so he can throw the deep ball. But he's thrown it a couple times, even with no time. So the thought that he can't do it is ridiculous. The thought that he can't do it consistently is also ridiculous. And what's even more ridiculous is if you think he can't do it because he hasn't been able to the last 2 years when he hasn't really had an opportunity. So if he has an opportunity, you will watch him complete plenty of passes downfield. But I can't criticize somebody when they don't have the platform in order to do something. Damn, I got some gas in me. So I can't do that. And I'm not going to do that to the kid. Now, if I see this year he's got time to throw the ball and he can't make the throws, then we have a problem. But I saw him in Alabama. I know he can make the throws. But he just hasn't had the line, he hasn't had the time, and he doesn't have the running game. And by the way, he also did not have the offensive coaches, which Ryan Clark, of course, leaves the facts out. Say, hey, we want to see him do it consistently, but in his defense, in the last 2 years, he has not had the time to find people downfield. He has not had the running game, and he has not had the offensive coaches. Those are the facts. So let's mention the facts with whatever criticism you may have. So, nice job by you, bro. Thank you. We didn't even talk about that soundbite before the show. We don't need to prove anything now. That's right. That's right. And I'm the first guy saying that. I didn't care about last week. I don't care about this week. I just care that they're healthy and that everybody's all right and we're moving forward. It's training camp when it starts. When you put on the pads, that's when it all counts. All of this are experiments and mental reps, and that's what you do in April, May, and June. So, not in a hurry. What else do we have? Tyreek runs 40 yards in 4.23 seconds. Tua's protection ends at 2.5. Yep. So, they'll have plenty of time. Not worried about it at all. As a baseball fan, Jim Cott was a pitcher for my Phillies for a while. And I didn't realize that he was 83 years old. Now I'm looking at it here. he's still broadcasting. And by the way, he is actually, when I would watch him on the Yes Network, he's really good, man. He's really good at breaking down the game. Now, something is happening in today's society. Things are changing. And as life evolves, some things are different. You watch that commercial for that girl that buys a car online, and her big brother comes in. Oh, I brought my big book, my blue book, to help you out. And she looks at it and goes, "Oh God, no, gross." Which is so millennial Generation Z to say something like that, right? And she explains how she went online and she did it all, and boom, boom, boom. Life has changed, right? The big brother goes, "Oh yeah, that's not how you don't grab the blue book anymore, dude. There's lots of things that are right up to date, right up to the moment, and everything. You can do all that technology, and all that has improved from the days of the blue book or black book or whatever the hell it was called in the car industry." So everything has changed in life. Broadcasting has changed. The things you say are changing. The nicknames that we used in the past, you can't use them now. So Jim Cott was on air, and he was talking about Nestor Cortez, the pitcher for the Twins, I believe, if I'm correct. It is the Twins, right? If I'm correct. And so the 83-year-old, you can say, went overboard in his description of the player. Go ahead.
That favorite pitcher being kind of like Devin Smeltzer, Nestor the Molester, Nestor Cortez. Man, he is fun to watch.
Nestor the Molester. By the way, they asked Nestor after about it, and he was like, "Hey, come on, man." He understood. He didn't really literally mean that I'm a molester. It's a nickname. Like back in the day, you could, if it rhymed with molester, you would use it in sports. But in today's world, we are so PC, and we literally take everything for what it said. It's not like you've noticed, like, you can't joke with young people the way you joke with people, that are 40 something, 50 something, 60 something, 70 something. We have a different level of I don't know, comedic energy or understanding or whatever. We come from a completely different world. George Jefferson and Archie Bunker and Red Fox, those guys cannot be on the air nowadays. Never would they last. And again, Jim Cott is 83 years old. And they apparently had a conversation with him after. And it gets to a point where it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, I'm sorry. We're already at that point where we are ridiculous in this world. And I get it. I'm the 55-year-old man. So younger people like, why do you have to say molester? What's this? You don't mean that. You know what I mean? It's not like you mean that the guy's literally a molester. I mean, like, he's a badass. And it's just a different way of describing badasses nowadays. And those of you that are parents, you know what you're going through, and I know what you're going through. When you're talking to a 10 and a 15 and a 20 and a 25 and a 30-year-old nowadays, it is, dude, you have to be careful how you talk to them. I mean, you can damage them for life if you say something wrong. Yes?
No, I wanted you to finish your thought. I have some other baseball stuff to talk about.
I know, it's just, I felt bad for Jim Cott. Hell of a pitcher, hell of a broadcaster. Unfortunately, you're now getting old, and you have to understand that there are just some things that we can't say anymore, and it just gets to a point where it's ridiculous. All right, what do you got on the baseball side?
All right, two things. Joe Girardi's out as Phillies manager.
Oh, really?
Today. Yeah,
wow.
This morning, earlier. And then I'm going to say his name wrong, so I apologize now. I believe it's Yordan Alvarez.
Oh, yeah.
Houston Astros DH.
Yeah.
just signed the richest contract for a non-position player, 6 years, $115 million extension to just be a DH.
Yeah, because now, and
I'm heading to the batting cage. I'll be back.
And remember, now they can trade him to the other half of the league. Where before, if you signed the guy that was a DH, you only had, okay, we signed Harold Baines, hell of a player. But what I'm saying is I can only trade Harold Baines inside the AL. You understand? Now you can trade him in both leagues. So it becomes easier to move the contract. Not saying that they're going to move the contract. I'm just saying, the world has changed. Again, it comes in. It's a different world, but it is just so funny, man. So funny how things are just, it's a different world, man. Dougie Fresh says, my pops had an old Red Fox album from the 50s, and it's more raunchy than anything out now. Yeah, of course. Red Fox, Richard Pryor, Archie Bunker, those people, they no. They could not survive 30 seconds on television nowadays. On any television. On cable, the people will get insulted too. I mean, the stuff they used to get away with. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Bill Burns says, and it's all been for the worse. The current culture divide, along with the media manipulation or constant lying, cannot and will survive. I agree. It's only gotten worse. You're right. Big O, expressive terms nowadays are extremely vanilla. Yeah. What up, blood? Slap me some skin. Oh, that's awesome. What up, Big O from Vegas? How y'all doing? We doing good, Miles. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for chiming in. And how about the reactions on YouTube from young people that are amazed what they used to say in movies? Oh, yeah. Yeah, like Blazing Saddles. You can't do Blazing Saddles now. No way. It's impossible. Can't get away with it. Remember, I mean, think about this. Could you do the blaxploitation movies nowadays? Can you imagine if somebody did that? It's just, these are the things like, by the way, going back to the blaxploitation movies, just want to say Pam Grier at that time might have been one of the 3 finest women on the entire universe, okay? Coffee was, wow. Back in the 70s, man, that woman had curves to die for, okay? To die for. Wow. Rosendo says, good afternoon, Big O Nation. LaWanda Page, Red Fox, Rodney Dangerfield, Don Rickles. Oh, God, Don Rickles. We just lost him a year ago, 2 years ago? Don Rickles, no shot in today's world. No shot. Oh, my God. Don Rickles ripped everyone. Any color, any sex, any nationality, any religion. I mean, he had jokes for miles on any and every type of human being that existed on the planet. And every stereotype that existed, he abused every bit of it. Don Rickles, God, I can't imagine that guy ever in a situation in today's world. Go to listen to some of Tanner's lines from the original Bad News Bears. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What is it? Spicks, ends, Jews, something, and now a girl or something. And I can only say one of them because obviously I'm Hispanic, so I can get away with the spick one because the spick one was the first word he fired off. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Tanner, yeah. That's just, and that was like normal. Can you imagine Tanner in school nowadays? He'd have to take on the whole 5th grade, 6th grade, and 4th grade. Excuse me while I whip this out. Foxy Brown can still get it. But back in those days, I'm talking about back in those days. Back in those days. That woman, damn. Telling you, bro. Telling you. Beauty and body. Ah. Whew. Big O, I'm close to your age, and it sucks we can't joke around like we used to. It was a blast because everyone could laugh at themselves. Oh, yeah, dude. You'd sit at the park after you're playing basketball, all kinds of nationalities, religions, colors, couple, not a lot. We had black Hispanics, we had Anglos, and we had regular Hispanics, really. We didn't have African Americans in Little Havana, but we had black Hispanics. So we could jam on each other for all kinds of things. Our stereotypes were taken to the max, but we laughed at them. You know what I mean? Like it was all jokes. Like you cannot do that nowadays because the young people will tune you out right away. They will be insulted. They will be, like, well, no, you can't joke like that. That kind of stuff. It's a different world, man. It's just a completely different world. And let me tell you something. Here's where I disagree with a lot of people now in this woke society and all this BS that we've got. It's made us softer. That's all. We're softer as a society because you can't handle words. What the hell is that? I got people sometimes, oh, he called me an idiot. Oh, I'm going to unsubscribe. I'm never going to listen to him again. Like they're hurt. Like, are you serious, dude? Are you that sensitive? And that's what's happened to us. We desensitized stereotypes. We desensitized the words that we would use to describe our cultures, our colors, our sexualities, all those things. That was the idea. That's kind of what it is. That's why we're soft now. Part of the reason why we're soft. So, it's just for better, for worse, whatever the way you want to look at it, it's like that video. I think we played it once on our show a couple years ago. I remember Bill was with me when we were doing it, and it's a video that says "We Survived" or something. It's called something like that, and it talks about kids growing up in the 70s and how we grew up with tough parents and a tougher way of life, and you were drinking from the hose, and it was just like a whole different world, and we survived. We survived the way things were back in the day, and now where we're at, and we were fine. And nowadays, our kids are ultra sensitive about everything. It just gets to a point where it's ridiculous. We have very little toughness left. We have just taken out all the toughness because we could settle it by suing each other and ratting on each other and all that kind of stuff. It's sad, man. So all this woke stuff and everything, all it's done is made our society a hell of a lot more soft. When Jim Cott is getting killed for, something silly like this, where what he meant, it's a whole different ballgame when we're talking about Jared from Subway and we're talking about a pitcher for the Twins. Okay? When we're saying molester for each, I think you kind of understand what we're talking about. And if you're that sensitive, it's kind of sad. Just is. Guns in the back windows of vehicles in high school parking lots with no worries. Yeah, but unfortunately, that can't happen anymore, my brother. That has to change. That's all. In Chicago, the idiot kids can't behave, so you have to have curfews. It's the way it is. You can't have the freedom of just giving anybody a gun anymore. There has to be going through it. So, JB, don't give me this bull crap about guns on racks. It's a different world now. People don't earn. The problem is the human being has lost that right. Not the American, the human being has lost that right. There should not be a right anymore like that. You need to pass a test. You need to pass a background test. There needs to be a grace period. And then your laws have to be incredibly tough, as I've said many, many times. Okay? Unfortunately, you have lost the right because you don't know how to behave. Okay? Obviously, we just had a dude that went and bought a gun and went and killed a doctor and 3 nurses or something like that yesterday. Just like that. We've lost that right. We don't have enough people with common sense. 40 years ago, your dad could leave the gun around your house. My guns were around my house the entire time. I have my gun under lock and key. It's in a safe, and it has a lock inside. On the gun has a lock. You know that thing that you put inside the trigger and all that. It has that, and it's inside a safe. Do you think I grew up like that? You think any of the guns in my house were in safes? No. But we lost that right. You can make up any bullshit you want. Okay? I'm all for guns. But I have no problem going through a background check. You know why? Because I'm not a criminal, bro. I don't have a problem. Go run any background check. You want my fingerprints? Here you go. I'm going to pass every test because I'm not a criminal. Now, if you're a criminal, you got something to hide, well, then, yeah, that's why you need the background checks. It's a different world. You have to adjust to it. That's it. And our laws have to be tough. You commit a crime with a gun that isn't registered and it's not yours, you should get 20 years right off the bat. I don't care what you did. I don't care if you pistol whipped somebody. I don't care if you didn't shoot anybody. 20 years. That's it. Make gun laws so brutal that you will look at that criminals will look at guns and say, "No, I'm not touching that, bro. Are you kidding me? That's 20 years right there, just me holding it." No. That's what you got to do. Okay? So, enough with this thing that you think that we can be like we were 30, 40, 50 years ago. We can't. We can't. We cannot do that. Unfortunately, laws have to improve drastically. I want my rights. I want to hold my gun. I want to definitely keep it. But I want to make sure that everybody that has one is actually a good American. You know what I mean? You got to do something, man. And the laws have to be that they scare the crap out of people. Okay? Just by doing something with a gun, boy, you're going to pay a price. And if you hurt somebody, you're done. It's over. That's what you got to do. And you'll see. You'll scare the crap out of people, man. But we definitely have to change that. This ignorance that we have in this country that you think, oh no, nothing should change. That's stupid. That's stupid. Innocent people continue to die for no reason at all. Okay? And anybody that wants a gun, you shouldn't be worried about a background check. You worried about one? Me neither. Run as many as you want on me, dude. Every time I buy, you want to make me wait a week or two? Got no problem with that. Still get my gun. Still protect my family. That's it. So things have to change. They have to change. Too many innocent people are dying for no reason at all. So those days of, it's a gun rack in the back. No, man. Kids are not growing up with that kind of risk. They're just not. They live this video game life, and they think it's a joke to go pick up a gun and go shoot somebody. You know, we grew up with respect to weapons. Respect. Like I saw guns in my house. You know what I saw when I saw a gun? I saw my dad's face. Right? That's it. That's all I saw on my dad's face. Like, yeah, I'm not touching that, bro. I just told you earlier in the conversation, I would tell the principal, hey, no, spank me more, bro. Just don't tell my parents. Go ahead, bro. You want to paddle me 40 times? Go ahead. Have at it, man. It's all right. If I can't walk straight for 8 weeks, I'm good. I'll lie to my parents, but don't call my dad. Don't call my mom. What you did to me is nothing. What they're going to do to me at home. You got it. Ohio John says, back in the day, comedy had no limits, but sex porn was taboo. Now sex porn has no limits, and comedy jokes will get you canceled. Wow. That's awesome. That's one of the best texts I've ever gotten in my life. Ohio John. Damn, that is awesome, dude. And by the way, I hope you and your lady are doing great. That is so true. I mean, look at Kim Kardashian. She makes her fame off porn. Yeah. And little girls all over the place are watching. You want to grow up to be that, huh? Cap for Life, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says 1,000% correct, Orlando. Today's society has become soft as Cinnabon. Plus, you get the lazy trying to outsmart strong, hard-working. Not on my watch, bro. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, we guard our financial institutions more than we guard our schools. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous what's going on. Let's see. Cap for Life says 200 million people suffering from depression. Try to figure out why before taking away people's rights. Nobody's taking away any rights, Cap for Life. That's the stupid part about all of this. Who's taking anybody's rights away? What's a background check, bro? That's not taking a right away from anybody. There should be background checks for everything, and there isn't. What's wrong with that? I'm sorry. There's no legal reason. There's no logical reason not to have background checks for everything. That's where you're wrong, Cap for Life. 1,000%. Nobody says to take them away. Everybody says to make it harder to get one. Don't make it so easy for people that can get one. That's the problem. Vet people. Nobody's saying to take it away. You got to vet people. That's the problem. You go from one extreme to another. Nobody has said to take them away. But you got to do something. And they do nothing. They don't do anything law-wise. They don't do anything on getting it. That's the problem. They don't put any kind of restrictions on it where you should go through classes. Everyone should be going through gun safety classes before you buy a gun, whether you like it or not. Everybody should go through deep background checks. Everybody has to have their fingerprints, and everybody has to go through a grace period. And then you change the laws and make them tougher. And you will bring it down for sure. But, nobody's saying to take it away. That's the part where Cap for Life, you're taking it to the extreme, like all the radicals on that side do it. Like I said, bro, problem in this country is the radical on the left and the radical on the right. You're the same people screw everything up. That's all. Same people. That's all. One side tells you, you can't tell me to wear a mask, but I'll tell you when you can't have a pregnancy. The other side says, oh, we want gun control, but we're going to allow autonomous zones. So you can take down police departments and own your own thing. Oh, and you can also, display all your weapons and everything in Portland. And in California, you can steal up to $100 and we won't do anything for you. But they want gun laws. Those same people that want the gun laws also allow you to steal $100. So they breed criminals, but they want gun laws. And then the other extremes say, yeah, no, you can't tell me to wear a mask, but I'll tell you can't have an abortion. Same people. These are the extremes. This is what's messing up our country. That's all it is. It's pretty simple. The two extremes, I explained it right there. I think I've done this once before. Okay? Same thing. That's just messing up our country. We say you want to make people go through tests. You got the cap for lives who go to the extreme and say, "Oh, you're taking my guns away." Since when? Who said to take away? It's vet. It's let's go through a process. We'll never get anywhere, bro. Don't worry about it. The extreme left, the extreme right will screw everything up. Democrats and Republicans, you're all clowns. You don't figure it out that your own parties are just polluted and ruined. That's why you're ruining our country. Let's see. I screenshot Ohio John's text. That was so true. Yeah, it was a great text by Ohio John. So beautiful. It's so true, dude. In Japan, the police interview you for the reason why you're buying a gun, a psych evaluation, 3 different permits, and a background check. That interview, family and friends. I have no problem with that. If you have nothing to hide, why would you have a problem with that? Right? If you have nothing to hide, why would you worry about a background check? It's pretty simple. Nobody can explain that one, right? Not those extremists. Oh, you're trying to take my gun away. No, you idiot. I want a gun too. But you want my fingerprints? You want me to go through a test? You want me to go to the background check? Let's do it, dude. I'm all for it. Let's go. Let's get organized. Let's protect people. So, Cap for Life says, I blame the weather. Forgive me. I love you anyways. I just completely disagree with you on that one. I'm a gun guy, bro. Love my guns. Just got no problem. Take my fingerprints. I'll take a test. No problem. I disagree with you with that. You have to be taught the proper handling of anything, including well, you're not disagreeing with me. You're probably disagreeing with somebody else. I got you. I couldn't touch a gun in my house until I passed a hunter and safety course. Well, Ron, in my house, growing up, I never touched a gun because I respected my father. That's it, dude. That's all. I knew where they were the entire time. Never touched them. But you can't do that anymore. Kids are not like that anymore. Can't, unfortunately. It's all changed. Like I told you, in Chicago, okay? In Chicago, they got to have a curfew because kids can't act normal, and they act like a bunch of idiots, damaging cars and doing all kinds of stupid stuff and people getting shot. And obviously, they got a major problem there with that. But forget about the gun stuff. I'm just talking about them out of hand. They have to put a curfew. That didn't exist when we were kids. You didn't have to put curfews because we knew how to behave. It's different, man. People don't know how to behave nowadays. Whether you like to believe that or not, that's fine. Whatever, twisted world you live in that you think the world is perfect. What is it, 20 shootings since Uvalde? 20 mass shootings. You know that, right? No, I'm sorry, since Buffalo. 20 mass shootings since Buffalo. Buffalo came before Uvalde, right? Yeah. Since Buffalo, there's been 20 mass shootings. Do you know that? Since the Buffalo shooting. 20. So, anyway, Cap for Life, bro, I would love to make our own party, but man, we're screwed. But it would be good. The not Democrat, not Republican party, I would love that. And not even independent. I'm the common sense party. Get away from you people. You freaking maniacs on both sides that ruin everything. All right. We thank Ira, Manny, Omar, and Cameron as always. We'll be back tomorrow around 11:50. Marcel Louis Jacques is going to join us. Alan Poupart's going to join us. And we're also going to be joined Anthony Chang also. So we'll be loaded tomorrow. Short program, a little bit, about an hour and a half. So we'll talk about everything going on, and we'll get their thoughts on everything Dolphins-wise. We'll talk to Anthony, talk a little NBA, and get ready for the Sunday game 2 of the NBA Finals. Sean Stanley, as always, sir, you are a stud. I am so glad I brought the umbrella here because we're going to need it. We will see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, actually, at 11:50. Same place, same bat channel. I love you all. You all be good out there. Please be safe. Take care of each other. Understand each other. Okay? Support each other. Let's not hurt each other. Be good.